you go. So, I heard this yesterday. I had not heard it before. I was like, what the fuck? Y'all can hang out, walk through it with, etc. Right? Maybe like, the phone call, the 911 call played earlier from Allie and them about Candace and them threatening to blow their heads off, and Allie trying to get her kids back from 110 and all that. Maybe a lot of people haven't heard some of these things. Even some of these first things I've not heard. But I did hear them, was where they only thing a long time ago. But this place has a habit of not wanting certain things heard or seen, revisited, or known, especially during certain cycles. Alright. Oh no. Weird, right? Though. Honestly, maybe we should start there. Just for those in this one that only catch this stream instead of both, that technically would go together. To show that maybe Dawn isn't the only dangerous thing on that hill. With a habit of threatening people with blowing their heads off or pulling guns on, cops and DCS, random people, and always kids involved, even if not their own. It's so strange around here.
The following audio happened on September 26th of 2020. I was able to obtain this 911 call because my friends and I requested all of the complaint records from the past 10 years that came from the Wells property. They are only able to release any audio from the past 18 months, and there were two. Here's one of the two.
Central Dispatch.
Yes, my name is Alison Harris. I just got off the phone with Kingsport City Police Department.
Mm-hmm.
I have an issue at hand. I've been staying at a friend of mine's house for a little over a week now, and I have my one daughter home with me back in the city of Kingsport. Right now we're sitting at Dollar General off of Lone Star Road. And my oldest two children are up at my friend's house. And the reason why they're still up there is because when I went to leave this morning for work, because there was a confrontation last night between us all, and then this morning when she woke up, she was very confrontational about the whole situation. So I had to wait until her mom got away to bring me to work, and she basically threatened me, threatened anyone who came up to the house, she would blow their heads off. She's bipolar, she's very.
Okay, so what do you need from us?
I need someone to go up to her house to get my two children.
Okay, does she have any, like, is there split custody or anything like that?
No, they're fully mine.
Where are they at?
They're at 110 Ben Hill Road. Rogersville.
What was the address?
110 Ben Hill Road. It's right off of Beach Street.
How old are they?
14 and 15.
And you're in Kingston right now?
I'm sitting at Dollar General just outside of Kingsport. I gave him enough time to go send to another area when she was on the way to the city to drop my youngest daughter off. And
Okay,
I said,
what Dollar General are you at?
It's the one right before Lone Star Road.
Okay.
Outside of Kingsport.
Is it like outside of Kingsport in Hawkins County, or?
I'm not sure. It's the one right before Lone Star Road.
Okay, I'm not. Okay, I think you're still going to be in Kingsport at the dollar store. So what I can do, and you said they're 14 and 15?
Yeah. Kingsport, I already talked to Kingsport Police Department.
Yes, ma'am, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an officer give you a call since you're outside of the county right now.
Okay.
What was your name?
My name's Allison.
Okay, so what I can do is have an officer give you a call. The number will probably come up blocked or restricted, so just keep an eye on your phone and make sure you answer it, and then he'll be able to go from there and let you know what your options are.
The following audio happened on September 26th of 2020. I was able to obtain this 911 call because my friends and I requested all of the complaint records from the past 10 years that came from the Wells property. They are only able to release any audio from the past 18 months, and there were two. Here's one of the two.
Central Dispatch.
Yes, my name is Allison Harris. I just got off the phone with Kingsport City Police Department.
Mm-hmm.
I have an issue at hand. I've been staying at a friend of mine's house for a little over a week now, and I have my one daughter home with me back in the city of Kingsport. Right now we're sitting at Dollar General off of Lone Star Road. And my oldest two children are up at my friend's house. And the reason why they're still up there is because when I went to leave for work, because there was a confrontation last night between us all, and then this morning when she woke up, she was very confrontational about the whole situation. So I had to wait until her mom got awake to bring me to work, and she said, and she basically threatened me, threatened anyone who came up to the house, she would blow her head off. She's bipolar. She's very, very.
Okay, so what are you needing from us?
I need someone to go up to her house to get my two children.
Okay, does she have any, like, is there split custody or is there anything like that?
No, they're fully mine.
Where are they at?
They're at 110 Ben Hill Road. Quadrangle.
What was the address?
110 Ben Hill Road. It's been up for Robert.
How old are they?
13 and 15.
And you're in Kingsport right now?
I'm sitting at Dollar General just outside of Kingsport. I gave him enough time to go send to another area when she was on the way to the city to drop my youngest daughter off. And
okay,
I said,
what Dollar General are you at?
It's the one right before Lone Star Road.
Okay.
Outside of Kingsport.
Is it like outside of Kingsport in Hawkins County, or?
I'm not sure. It's the one right before Dondus Christ.
Okay, I'm not. Okay, I think you're still going to be in Kingsport at the dollar store. So what I can do, and you said they're 14 and 15?
Yeah. Kingsport, I already talked to Kingsport.
Yes, ma'am, what I'm
That damn dollar store, bro. Alright.
Okay, we are live. Hey, everybody. Got Peter Hyatt here. Bella. We have the man here today. So if for those of you who don't know who Peter Hyatt is, we love Peter Hyatt. He's one of our favorites, if not our favorite that has been on. He came on and talked a little about Darlie here with us. Peter Hyatt, for those of you who do not know him, is the number one guy in statement analysis, where he teaches people in the FBI. You teach corporate America too, right, Peter?
Yeah.
He teaches corporate America. He teaches police in different countries. This is the man who knows about statement analysis and teaches everybody statement analysis. So if you want it from Peter's mouth, he's here today, and he's going to be discussing with us Don's newest release that he did on his Don and Candace page that he wrote from prison. How are you, Peter?
I'm well, thank you.
We missed you.
I appreciate it.
Oh, sure, but I'm so impressed with this man, so I hope he'll talk about Summer's case. Yes, if you guys have any questions, he's open to questions. He wants questions, so you could just start putting them in the chat now, and I'll star them. So I have a new little option now. We could star the comments so we don't miss them. And Peter calls it pushback, right, Peter? When we ask questions, when he says something and we ask questions.
Hammer Time, they had weapons up there. Even after Summer vanished somehow. And definitely long after the muzzleloader. And that damn sure wasn't a muzzleloader that shot the fridge 4 times after Summer vanished. So, also wasn't the muzzleloader that Don was going around in certain hollows with, shoving in his pants before he was knocking at places and places the pussy felt unsafe after slinging mud on all the wrong people, but definitely on purpose. How that is, I don't know. I guess the same way Monster's parents and Monster and whatever. I just, yeah. Is what it is. And maybe you don't know everything, Hammer Time. I just, and besides that, Hammer Time, that was in 2020. Not long before, the Jose thing, all that too. Just a few weeks later, and the muzzleloader at that point is.
And he loves it, right, Peter?
Yeah, in fact, we go even further than that. When I work with a team, which is the best setting, is we deliberately disagree with each other. We push back on any theme that someone may bring out.
I'm with you on that one, Hammer Time. Yep. Yes, especially some now, like Monster, he'd hold my kids and forced me to come back and do whatever, and kept me in fear that he'd do something to them, or right, but yeah, it was bad enough for me. It was bad enough. So rarely did he ever get left alone anyway, but part of the box trap. Can't get there enough times. This is what it is, but you let some other motherfuckers like Candace and Dawn Wells have my children and tell me by God that or threaten me? Hell no. I might be calling the cops and going, yeah, what? You bitches are gonna need to come to this address because somebody's gonna need honey bun money or body bags or something. But that's what was happening with Allie and Candace and Grandis and all them in 2020. Yeah. But yeah. Either way, carrying on. Okay, here we go. Shit. For fuck's sakes.
It's absolutely necessary due to the complexity of human nature that we have disagreements and that we have that pushes to a final coming together of ideas that work. So we were looking at a statement, and each point of sensitivity or each point that may indicate deception, we do our best to argue away. We're going to excuse it, we'll minimize it, anything we can to get rid of it. By the time we're done, if we concluded there's deception in the statement, it means that the person has overwhelmed us. So anyone can be defensive, anyone can be this or that. We try to really even push back against ourselves for the sake of what we call a science. That used to be a definition of a science, was to question everything. So we really want to question everything, and disagreement is not just simply welcome, it's necessary.
I agree. It is necessary. You don't want an echo chamber, right? Where everyone's just agreeing and...
No, it becomes useless. It becomes where ideas go to die. Truth is scaffolded off.
I love that. Okay, so we probably should start now. We're like 3 minutes in. We can wait a little bit. We can say a little bit of hellos and give some people a chance for their notifications to catch up. And then maybe start in like a minute, 60 seconds, something like that. What do you think, Tiff? You're muted.
I know, I'm going to mute when I'm not talking. Yeah, I already have 2 questions starred, but when should we do maybe go through the statement a little bit and then ask the questions, or how do you want to do it?
Do you mind taking the questions first?
That's fine.
Okay, so the first one we have Ashley says, what do you personally think happened that day after all the interviews? Wait, what interviews do you mean, Ashley? I wonder, do you guys, Bella, do you know what that means?
Let us know, Ashley. Do you mean the law enforcement interviews or the first interview put out by the news, or we'll come back to that, Ashley.
Yeah, okay. So then the second one we have from Gailey. What's your take on Candace's statement? We have to focus on the boys because they are still alive. When she said that.
It's what we call an unnecessary statement. Instead of looking at me, let's look someplace else. Let's deflect away from having a shining light on me, which can be understandable when you're searching for a missing person. One of the things that John Walsh had advised parents many, many years ago was answer all the police questions, insist on a polygraph, clear yourself to get all the attention on the missing child. And that's become rather standard that people will follow when their child goes missing. So they want to be cleared as soon as they can be, because, and this is their motive, we need to find the child. Whereas others want to push it off for themselves. They're not always fully cooperative, usually somewhat a level of cooperation, but as soon as certain things come to light, we see human nature, self-preservation take over.
Just say, which parent, in your opinion, seems to have guilt, and which one has guilty knowledge?
Great question. So this is something that I thought we should discuss regarding the case overall. I mentioned before about the interview by Chris McDonough of both Don and Candace. And in interviewing, we have, on one hand, like a legally sound interview, open-ended questions, which give the analyst a great deal of information. So we try our best not to contaminate anything. In law enforcement, they go through a progression on an interview, and you'll see this sometimes. I often think it's something that really can't be trained to a certain level, where they're instinctively good at it, and then you give them training to get even better. But they'll start legally sound, and they'll move into or combine what we call a therapeutic interview. Therapeutic interview.
Why don't y'all listen to that again?
Is where on an interview, and you'll which give in interviewing. I mentioned before about the. This is something that I thought we should discuss regarding the case overall. I mentioned before about the interview by Chris McDonough of both Don and Candace. And in interviewing, we have, on one hand, like a legally sound interview, open-ended questions, which give the analyst a great deal of information. So we try our best not to contaminate anything. In law enforcement, they go through a progression on an interview, and I mentioned before about the interview by Chris McDonough of both Don and Candace. And in interviewing, we have, on one hand, like a legally sound interview, open-ended questions.
A legally sound interview. Open-ended questions.
Which give the analyst a great deal of information. So we try our best not to contaminate anything.
They try their best not to contaminate anything. Open-ended questions means they let people just talk. They don't really interrupt. They don't direct them. They don't hold their hands. They don't. The way they can be used in court, you see. Y'all ever wonder why Candace and Dawn always on YouTube have to have somebody holding their hand? Well, they're always on panels instead of their own channels. Like I do here. Others, like Andrew, even do shit, you know. Hunter even had the balls to do. Even if his mom there present, which is wise. I mean, he's minor, but he still had the balls to speak. Really, without hand holding or anything, but still. Dudley came up here without hand holders. He talked to people one-on-one. Open-ended questions. He spoke to them in person. Now, Monster and Stone, it's an iffy thing, but it's still with hand holders. Whole panels full of them. People helping Monster and Stone. Such. Candace and Dawn. It's because they're pussies. And because they ain't dumb in neither of these tragedies. Without the cows and the shares and floppies. I don't give a shit what any of these motherfuckers tell you. Everything they've done while holding hands, helping weave, tack, target, etc. Fuck around with. I say, oh well, they make y'all think they're doing whatever for some reason. No. Because of the way in which they speak for and hold the hands of Candace and Dawn, there's very little on YouTube, at least in front of it, that can be used. Legal sex. Absolute condemnation. They plan and plot in the background too, on what they're gonna do, what they're gonna say, set it up beforehand. Yeah, they give all of y'all this idea. And Candace and Dawn ain't stupid. Not like that. And it's why they never do anything themselves or speak alone. Or on their own channels for any link. Because it'd be different. Be different.
Law enforcement, they go through a progression on an interview, and you'll see this sometimes. And I often think it's something that really can't be trained to a certain level, where they're instinctively just good at it. Then you give them training, they get even better. But they'll start legally sound, and they'll move into or combine what we call a therapeutic interview. Therapeutic interview is where someone is sympathetic and making friends, using ingratiation to get information. And then there can be a time where the interview then moves into an interrogation, which means now accusations of guilt, threats of consequence. And so Chris has a very rich background, and I think he probably has many confessions or admissions. The difference for us is confession is to acknowledge what one has done wrong, what one has done, and that it was wrong. And the admission is, I did it, which we don't need them to admit that it's wrong for a court case, for a legal settlement. So Chris's interview was more therapeutic than it was legally sound. And I think he was getting close to a place where he was going to be given enough admission that may have helped solve the case.
Wow.
So yeah, he came very close, and Don shut him down, which I think that's something worthy to talk about. Don's reaction.
Do you think, because in all this, things have gotten a little bit muddied because there's been it actually hasn't been that much time in between, but there's been so much internet time, which like one day is like a year, it seems like. Do you think it was because what Dawn says, which is Chris McDonough stepped over the line and was accusing him and recording him without his knowledge? What do you think set Dawn off to shut it down?
And that's a great question, and it's loaded, so we really should examine it. And this will sound probably overly simplistic or obvious, but there really is much more depth to it. Don's language is what we call the language of addiction. And understanding that is critical to understanding Don. And then we get discernment on the other question that I think is quite loaded as well, is guilt and guilty knowledge. So we'll look at it in two parts, but I have some notes on the language of addiction. We use this not only in investigations, but even when someone's applying for a job. We don't want to hire someone, and we being corporate America, we don't want to hire someone that's going to be using drugs, affecting their judgment, bringing in disreputable people in contact with the company, and it's just a mess. It's a mess. And the language of addiction is known by certain characteristics. And it doesn't always mean someone is an addict. We see these things. It could be, certain parts of the personality. But the language is very different than someone who is in recovery. A person that's in the throes of addiction might say, I take full responsibility for that. And the audience is thinking, what does that actually mean? What does it mean when you said you take full responsibility? Whereas someone who is in recovery will talk about an example of time when they took responsibility for their actions. So it's a stark difference. One talks about it, one examples it in the language, and both of this is language. So some of the things that people, I think, did a good job recognizing in Don, in commentary after, especially with the interview room, where Don really went after certain things there, his language indicates an active, acute, and very lengthy addiction. So it's active, it's acute, and it's lengthy. It's not something new. And others, a lot smarter than me, can argue whether or not this was a personality disorder that self-medicated, maybe the case there. I think if it's there, or if some elements became accentuated with the use or abuse of substances, or it went through some kind, and some people claim that it just alters the personality so much. And it's interesting debating those different points on it, but here's some of the characteristics within Don that we see in the language. And please feel free to interrupt me at any time to ask questions about any of them, whether from you all or the audience. The first thing you'll see is someone like this who is manipulative. They wish to use language to persuade, which is natural for all of us. They take it to a level of manipulation where their self needs protection. So I would like to persuade you to say nice things about me. If I have a really deep need, I may use more persuasive language, which may cause people naturally to kind of pull back. So, hey, what's going on with this guy? With the addiction, it's coming from a deficit, a severe deficit, moral deficit, intellectual deficit, a deficit of failure in life, where they can become so much so manipulative that they no longer recognize it. So a good example is filling out a job application where someone doesn't answer a question, but they say, "Oh, I'd like to answer that in the interview process." What they're telling you is, I'm more comfortable in person than not. Now, there are complex things in life that you want to explain in person, but answer the question. Too often we find that the person that needs to come in, needs to have the face-to-face interview to explain something, has a lot of confidence in his ability to put one over on you. And they will become emotional, they'll sit closer, they may even try to touch the person, all different signs that say, let me ingratiate myself to make you feel like you owe it to me to hire me. Their words give them away. I know you're taking a chance with me. So you just told me now that hiring you is a chance. Hiring anyone is a chance. But by you signifying the language, something else is at play. So one of the first things we'll notice in the language is manipulation. And this is just the start. There are a lot of people that are manipulative. Some come and go, some situational, some personality driven. They're not addicts. So we're looking at all these traits together, though. The next one in the language of addiction is what we call the victim status. They're always a victim. Always. It was my parents, it was my spouse, it was my children, it was the weather, it was God, it was the universe, everyone's against me. I drop a glass of water, and you see how everything goes wrong for me? And they become embedded in that in ways that if they can't get out of it, it becomes part of them. When you say that like an addict will steal, an addict will steal because they need money because they're going through withdrawal. And that's true. And it's a strong impetus for getting money. They will also steal because they think they're owed. So in a way, they don't think they're stealing, they think they're balancing the account or getting reparations for some perceived wrong in life. And
something I've seen with Monster for years, they feel entitled, like somebody owes, or jealous of everyone else, whatever their mommy and daddies have done for them, or so-and-so's done. And if they steal something or they do something bad to the person, then, it's fine because of X, Y, Z, and Don's not much different. Same shit. Monsters, flavors, strings.
will at times hurt others because of that. And I don't mean just hurt in the sense of taking money. So Don reveals himself as a victim status. It is who he is. It defines him. And in that, he will go as far.
No, Doc. Even Monster, man, he is a very, very addictive personality, whether it be to porn or to drugs or even weed. I mean, it doesn't matter. He has a very extreme addictive personality, and so I always begged, even with weed, please just don't or stop or whatever, And then his mommy would give him shit, and then he was running amok doing shit, and I suspect for the last couple years around one another, at least since he was doing the sweeping, and then the prostitutes came into play, and also shit, and the massive weight loss, and then stall, and certain dope houses, and GPS, and y'all ever seen that bitch's grill, bro? And then the videos, we all both of them sniffing shit and stuff slinging out the back bad place. And the last days we're around each other, here he is going, I found this bag of meth, man. I picked it up at the parking lot to keep the little children from getting it. And all this other shit, man. And then what I hear he was doing around town, apparently what he was doing when I was fighting cancer, he was out here telling people all kinds of shit to get his hands on shit. I didn't know about it until after. You know, he has a very extraordinary, I mean, anything. But even without that, even in the years I know he wasn't doing anything, and he was actually a better human being for it after being locked up and this and the other, and had time to think about it, learn some coping skills, keep those in mind for peers. Probably the best he was ever behaved until so a dumbass coworker at a dumbass place gave him dumbass shit and the wrong dumbass day, and then everything went back downhill. But everything, even in the best years, was always jealousy at everybody else, what they had, what this, what that, owed, entitled, etc. You know, greed, everything was theirs. There's no we, us, our. Everything is singular. It's I. Right? Everything's just, but, you know, him and Don have a lot in common there. Yeah, even when not, you know, it's like around me, you know, he's got a style now. Style's going to do whatever. Right? But around me, it's like, hell no, bro. No. And I'd raise hell about it. Hold feet to fire, even if it meant I got beat. I had standards, even if it meant I got beat. Tempted to be killed every day. I tried, man. To keep it within bounds. Or not let things happen at all. But, man, it gets tiresome having to watch monsters. And holding them to account anyway, or not forgetting what they've done, or not letting it go, or doing whatever. No, that pisses them the hell off. And you'll pay for it, but hell, you're gonna get it anyway. Might as well. But accountability, or being held to account, pisses them off, and then they use that to abuse you further, blame you, and whatever. Target you, fuck with you, abuse you. Anyway, they all have similarities. That's why you often see me compare. It's just the easiest to jump from monster to dumbasses over here. But anyway, carry on.
As blaming victims. And, you know, how far did this person, Don, how far did he hurt people? He sexually abused them in childhood. And that's one of the things that Chris brought out in the interview process that set him off. He minimized, which is a natural reaction. You know, it's whatever we do wrong, we have an amazing way of turning a little bit cold towards it. Don went real far as someone that is practiced at it, but someone else in the addiction, they will want to control others. So from now on, I'm only speaking to one person, and it's going to be a person I can control, who's going to challenge me, like maybe beforehand and not live, so we can settle things out, because they're on my side. And sometimes the best thing you can do in a situation is have someone who is really attacking you and be able to answer. I advise people, if they get fired from a job and there was a dispute, use the person that fired you that really hates you, use them as a reference. I'll talk to them, and I'll be able to tell if they go too far. If it was personal, and whether it justifies the person's own statement, own defense of themselves. It's really good to know sometimes what our enemies think of us. It can be very helpful. So sometimes in case, Someone will say that I'm a genius and that
Hold on just a second.
the greatest thing going. And then another case comes up where they disagree. It's like, oh, that guy's a hack. He's horrible. And you see the wild go back and forth. Well, what Don does is he seeks to control interview and situation. And he gets panicky when it begins to lose control. And he does something else that addicts do. He attacks. And so an addict is manipulative. An addict will cling to an identity of being a victim status, over anything and everything. And anything that goes wrong, do that. They seek to control others, control the narrative. It becomes, it's heartbreaking. Someone has an addict in their family, maybe they're one of their adult kids, for example, and they find that the adult kid has to control everything. Even people's responses, even people's face expressions, everything. They have to control it. And here's another one. Another characteristic is that the active addict will often become a philosopher. And you'll see this on social media, on Facebook, and other places where they will give a philosophy that you must live by. And then the next day, here's another philosophy you must live by. And this is what you must do. Over and over and over. And you finally say, hey, you know what? The 50 steps to good living, I can't even keep up with them anymore. They're overwhelming. They don't have that self-awareness of how they're coming across. So, and it can turn out into a religious aspect of it, and it can be quite judgmental. But think about some of the things that Don has said regarding religion. And we'll look at that statement, and you'll see how this language of addiction flows through even religious language. The religiosity, which you'll see being very judgmental towards others, is a marvelous way of pushing the attention off himself, the negative attention at least. They do like attention seeking, and one of the things that both of these people have done, Don and Candace, is they have sought the limelight. And then when the limelight got a little bright for them, they become angry and bite back. So the philosophy, you see it a lot of times posted on Facebook and every day, and it often includes cruelty or meanness or a lack of charity towards others. Your best to cut out the toxic person in your life. Hey, toxicity is rough to deal with in personalities. But what if you love the person? Right away, it's that called a black and white demarcation. Either they're wearing a black hat or a white hat. They're either the savior, wonderful, or they're horrible. And Chris went from one to the other. Yeah. They thought they were going to play him. And they didn't. He had too many years in law enforcement. And so in terms of that therapeutic job, he did a good job with it. The therapeutic interview, excuse me. They will also find a way to keep it within their language away from anything that exposes them. They become very adept at that, and I think it's something that comes from childhood, where they're good at casting blame at someone else, or even just causing a bit of chaos. So chaos is over there, so everyone looks over there to the chaos, away from what the real issue was. So it's pretty severe. It's acute, and it's long going with him.
And you said it's active. What part of that makes it, because the things you're saying, I think we're all in chat, and me and Tiff are sitting here going, we know so many people like that, and ex-addicts or current addicts. Is there a way to tell the active part?
With Don, it's ongoing. And even when it went towards where Chris was guiding him or Candace, both of them, to a place of strong human empathy with someone that had lost a child, they would still turn at certain areas, which I wish it could have been further explored. Certain areas of the interview just got too close. And then Don had no problem crossing over using deception, accusing Chris. Like, it was very smooth to him. When I talk about an active, there are those that begin to work sobriety. And for those who are very strong, who are experienced in sobriety, you hear them talk about refusing secrets. Secrets kill us, secrets are bad. What they don't want, because they fear going back, they don't want the comfort of being let off the hook. Because that's where they used to use substances, and drugs or alcohol, to alleviate that pain. They would rather face it, so they don't allow. This people that, very strong in recovery, they were always on the lookout for something that would just lead them to self-pity and self-medication, and to alleviate some of that pain they have within them. So they're most attentive to anything that could cause that. So we look at someone that, going this way, someone is just in the throes of addiction. It is active, it's ongoing, and even if they claim sobriety, it's not true. And they move into sobriety, and then they become really experienced in sobriety, which includes some failures and some stumbling, setbacks, but they get back up and they dust themselves off and they keep going. So companies hire those who are really active in their recovery, and they do well, and I admire them. Don was revealing during the interviews that he was an active using addict during that whole period of time. And to this point, who knows what he's able to get his hands on in prison or jail. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And I know the steps. I'm a recovering addict, but I didn't work the steps. Whatever works for people, but that, it's repeated a lot about not having secrets and not keeping secrets. And, it's like kind of a mantra, so you accept it. I never actually broke that down. I understood, yes, secrets are bad, but I never actually put that together until you just said that right now, that it's because it's the wanting to get called out so you don't get comfortable and kind of keeping people at bay, like, I got it under control, everybody, type of thing. That's learn something when you don't expect to learn something. It's amazing.
Yeah, we all feel sorry for ourselves at different points. Sometime during the day today, we will all feel sorry for ourselves. Sometimes with those in very strong recovery, will say, you know what, I'm feeling really sorry for myself. In other words, don't let me be isolated. And they're able to protect themselves that way. I love the honesty. I think it's terrific.
Yeah, that just blew my mind about the whole secrets thing. Like, yes, that is being called out, having friends around you that are willing to say, you're acting a little bit off, and, being able to own that, like, oh, I am, and just, you respect the person so much that you take it in, and okay, maybe I am, so I don't know, it's great. Okay, off of me.
The addict that becomes a philosopher, I want to balance that. There are people that will turn to music, to poetry, to literature, and they actually let out some of their talents, which is, I think, a wonderful and healing thing to do in life. The one that's in the active, ongoing addiction, especially the acute ones that are just really in deep, they want you, whoever you are, you, me, the rest of the world, to change. Whatever it is, that tomorrow will be a different change, and a different change after that. It's their way of not looking at themselves.
True.
For some people, some religious people believe that what hell is the removal of our defense mechanisms. We have to really see the horror of what we have done to others and who we are inside of us. Because we have, as human beings, we have an amazing ability to deflect things. That's how we survive. With those in active addiction, it's pronounced, and for a lot, it's personality. It was before the substances entered.
Very true.
Yeah, for others, it's, when I was a different person on drugs or alcohol, and they have a greater awareness, a self-awareness of their faults. And generally speaking, that leads people to be more forgiving of others. So it's like someone abused in childhood. They often become protectors of others. They offer to others what they themselves didn't have. But a few of them will become calloused towards or indifferent towards the suffering of others. I think Don is quite the latter.
I agree with that. Yes. Should we look at the statement really quick?
Yes, I was just going to say that. You read my mind. So perfect. And I have 13 questions starred, so we could ask after the statement. So people are asking some good questions. Okay, yeah, let me bring up the statement real quick.
It's a great chat. Everyone's so smart.
Yes, I know. You guys are coming up with really good questions, guys. Okay.
The reason I wanted to touch on the language of addiction before we look at the statement is because of what's in the statement.
I caught that halfway through what you were saying. I was so smart, Peter. Good.
Okay.
So for those of you who don't know about this, which probably everybody here does, but if you're just joining us or you don't know, this was a statement that was released on the official Don and Candace YouTube page by their social media representative. And it was written from Don while he was put in jail. And at the end, you'll see it says February 6th of this year. But on the actual YouTube page, for some reason, it says February 17th. So whether he started it on the 6th and continued it on the 17th, we don't know. But it's very recent. So Peter...
I'm going to mute real quick. Sorry, hold on 1 second. So I'm going to probably be muted. That's probably smarter to be muted most of the time, right? Because when I have that up, I won't be able to come in and mute myself, and I'm afraid Zeke will be barking on.
She's muting herself. But yes, so Peter, being the statement analysis expert that he is, will be able to break this down for us. And this is...
Now, this was new to me. I'd not seen or heard this particular jailhouse fucking letter until this. What the fuck?
Statement analysis is an amazing tool. If you guys don't know about it, if this is the first time, you will be amazed by this. So, okay, it's not up yet though. Okay, there it is. All right.
Do you want to read the statement first?
Do you want me to read it?
Please.
Okay. Just wanted to thank all YouTube creators. Laugh. There's only one creator, God. But I wanted to thank you, as you've all been very helpful and an answer to my prayer. I was so naive. Jesus said, you must hate the world and love God with all your heart, might, mind, and strength. Beautiful children, please help me understand this. Then summer was gone. Then my boys. I turned to so-called YouTube creators for help. What a joke. After 7 months, yes, I hate everyone's ways, but a very few. Thanks for help.
I'm talking about manipulative. The entire time, he was actually playing with them behind the scenes, using them to do games, using them to target others, do this, that, the other, right, cleanse his ass, whatever. Even so much as doing this shit with Bullhorn and them around the he got fired bullshit, But then releasing letters. And while he was in jail, as Sheriff said the other day, he was in constant contact with her, others. Mullins became the whole night. while releasing letters like this to the public.
Helping me understand just how evil this world really is. Yes, now I hate the worldly ways of everyone, even my own. But now I have an eternal love for God and understand exactly what our God has been through himself since day one. I only have very few friends in this evil world. Thank God for them. You know, they are the ones that Satan attacks constantly. Now I understand what Jesus meant. Narrow is the way, and very difficult, and few there be that find it. The king of this world, Satan, he may have my daughter, but not for long. His time is short. You
And that alone, that right there makes me want to fucking vomit. Even after like the fourth time of hearing it, because I had to rewind and be like, the fuck? Especially when you combine it with the dirty and the cleansing and the resurrection. She can't go to heaven because she, too young to know the Bible or to actually be baptized, whatever their version is over there and all that. But then it comes to resurrection, and then you have him while he's in jail going that Satan has summer, but not for long. What? What the fuck? The fuck does he mean Satan has summer? She went from being dirty and cleansed and then not able to go to heaven because of, and then even months and months later, Satan has her? Why? What?
know him. Difficult and few there be that find it. The king of this world, Satan, he may have my daughter, but not for long. His time is short. You know him. He has one of your family members on drugs or messed up somehow. Deceive, divide, destroy. You know his work. Jesus says, turn to me and I will give you rest. And thank God for his goodness and all the peacemakers on the earth. If it weren't for them, we would all be completely lost. Thank you, God, Jesus, Holy Spirit, and angels, and all of God's children on the earth. Thank you for saving me from myself and evil thoughts, from that downward spiral of hate, envy, pride, drunkenness, and all manner of evil. Thank you, and please keep fighting the good fight, my friends. Don Wells, February 6, 2022.
Okay, so we can talk about this in terms of breaking it down. A written statement. This is a written statement, was it?
Yes.
Okay, from jail. The first thing I'd like to talk about is the sexual abuse of a child. That child will suffer to some degree for the rest of his or her life, and every person that loves that child will be impacted by it. It is one of the most horrific things that can happen to another human being in terms of the betrayal, the expectation, the fear, the trauma, the hormonal consequence of such. It is so powerful that we find it in language. We actually find evidence 30, 40, 50 years later. And I've talked about this a lot because I've had a lot of experience in working with others, and the language is where, I'll just use an example. A little girl is sexually molested by someone. And even pre-speech can show up later on. They will sound like liars later on in life. Sometimes we even rely on, as we're analyzing the testimony of behavior. And this is the way I liken it. Mommy and daddy are fighting physically, where daddy is assaulting mommy while baby is in the nursery or in the crib. The child has the same reaction that anyone has hormonally, the fight or flight hormone in particular. The child cannot, however, cope with that hormone because the child can't run away, the child can't fight, the child can't process it. And so this is where we get PTSD from, this type of long-term impact. And the child may appear to do well, and by the time that she's 10 years old, she's got great grades in school, she's well loved in her family, and then adolescence hit, and it seems like the wheels come off. Everything goes wrong. And let's say that she survives those years where she was wild and really self-harming, taking risks in life and maybe not even knowing why. But she gets past it. She survives high school, college years, and now as a young adult, maybe she's even a successful mother or a professional, and she's doing really well. And then suddenly, at a certain age, I find it to be around 50 for a lot of women, depending on their health, of course, their hormones begin to decline. As if in life, the bill wasn't paid early on, now comes due. And they no longer have hormonal strength. Their own kids have gotten older now, and maybe they're out of the house, and she can go to pieces at that point. And this is how long people suffer from those things. And what I'd like you to consider is who Don is in relation to these things. So in the statement, you'll notice the first thing that he says, and I have to pull it up here, is not the pronoun I. The pronoun I tells us that a person is psychologically present. They may not be telling the truth, but I can get a really good read on what they're talking about. Now, if this is a job application, I'm saying, I am a hard worker, I'm really good with customers, I like people, I get along well with coworkers. That person is psychologically present in their words. The pronoun I, very strong use there. So we always notice when a statement doesn't begin with the word I, but the word just, which is a comparative word. Now, if that same person is not a good worker, is not someone that gets along with others, that does not have good customer service things, they may be wrong in their opinion of those things, but they're still present. And if by chance they know that they're not those things, they are very rare, 10% or less of society that way, and they're dangerous. And they're dangerous. So Don shows an awareness by staying back. And so what we might want to consider is, after the whole passage of time, that would there be any denial, a natural good denial of a parent that will not accept that his daughter is dead? We know, and it's hard for me at this point to dismiss or to divorce myself from all else I know about Don and the other interviews, but he owned that he believes she was dead from the beginning. from the beginning. So there was not that natural. I'm not saying that's guilty knowledge, but he knows more than he's letting on. And that's what I think Chris was getting close to.
Looking back at that first day, first hours on June 15th. He was the first to throw the pebble in the pond with somebody having taken some. He shows up, he runs about mostly, up and down hill and everywhere else, whatever the fuck. By dark, I'm terrified. I'm like, dude, he is gonna kill fucking Candace, bro. Because I've seen his fury when his prized possession / Summer's taken from him, right? And so, it's like, he's gonna kill her. Whether or not she had anything to do with it, like, it was like, Dawn, please don't hurt her, please don't kill her, And at the time, I really thought, because of the chain of events and what I thought I was seeing, stuff that there was very little likelihood she had anything to do with anything, but as you start, but his head tilt and the certainty in his voice in the dark, and he says, I know she didn't. With more emotion than when he threw the pebble in the pond. About Summer being kidnapped. He knew. It was like he was certain of something the rest of us weren't, but he was the head tilt, tone. All within hours. And, just then the lack of emotion is he's like, man, she's dead. Nah, well, kind of thing. You're like, man, have some hope, have some faith in her, dude. If she can get away, she can run like that. It's only been a few hours. She may still be with somebody. If she can get away, she can run like the wind. Give her a chance. Just give her a chance. Man, no, she's probably dead. Just almost the same lack of tone as when he threw the pebbling. But his tone was different when his head tilted and he was like, I know Candace didn't do it. So whether he thought, honestly, Summer was gone, as in deceased, or whether he just wanted it to look like, or wanted everybody to start believing that so that eyes would move away, people would stop searching for her, attention would go away. Whether she was out there alive or not. one can only speculate. Makes one wonder a lot every day.
So he begins without the pronoun I. What he's telling you, what he's telling me as I look at it, is I am stepping back from what I'm about to tell you. And notice some of the things that he does. He talks about thanking them, and that's twice, right from the very beginning. Okay? Because this is indeed about him. Thanking them. And he goes on to say, there's only one creator, God. So you know you're going to get a message here. You're going to get some form of a sermon.
You're going to get preached to?
You're getting preached to. Now, if you talked to me and you said, Peter Hyatt, you're up for this job position. We just need to ask you, there was a report that you...
Of course, you're going to be preached to by the second coming of Dawn Wells, who suddenly become some sort of Utah land wanting commune cult leader. Within like 5 minutes of Summer vanishing, who still seeks land in Utah. Even before Summer and the boys, it shows more emotion for what I can't have money to get land in Utah instead of my boys having it or it being used for summer. But weird, whatever.
For using drugs on Tuesday night. And I can do one of two things. And I can, if I didn't, I could say, no, I didn't use any drugs. I don't use any drugs. And I didn't. And what happens is you find the pronoun I and a past tense.
Let's see, Monster would do it. As long as when you're asking them about something, you're saying something, or you're confronting about something, or holding their feet to the fire, you're calling them out on something. As long as they're not doing it in the moment, the exact second you're calling them out, then it's been wrong. You should let it go. It doesn't count. They're not doing it. They can really think that way in their head. They can beat you to death for daring to hold them to account with a straight face and feel justified doing it. Monster, literally, I would still have blood caked me, or shit sewn up, or bruises, or holes through lips, or stab wounds, or whatever else, right? Things healing on my body, breast and whatever, for months before I could seek help for them. That's how bad I'd been beaten. And while still carrying those things, they could look you dead in the face. So, but it's been weeks, man. Won't you just let it go? Well, it's been a day. Well, this morning was this morning. I got this shit beat out of me in the morning, or screamed or yelled at, and then by the evening or by noon, it's, oh, I'm sorry, whatever, right? Or I get a text at work, I'm sorry for being whatever this morning, and then wake shut stall, it would be the wording of, I'm sorry, I was a little yelly this morning, I love you, blah, 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 but stall and nobody else, they didn't see the bruises, they weren't there for the events, right? Shit like that, so they could hold up shit like hey, it was just a blah, 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 look how far, but anyway, by, the afternoon, it was, hey, do you want to go eat? Like nothing had happened. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? And So is this if they're not doing it in a second? If it's been 4 minutes since the last time they punched you in the face, well then they're not doing it. And they can say that to you with a straight face. If they're not doing a line or something, whatever, and you don't catch them at, and therefore they're not doing it, and they can firmly believe that, they can justify it. You can look them in the eyes as they're telling you this and tell that they believe this of themselves. It's one of the most bizarre fucking things you will ever see, hear, witness, and it's astounding to behold and live them. But yeah, if they're not doing it right that fucking second, and you do not have them dead right, even, hell, you can look at them while they're doing it, and they'll still tell you not. It's one of the craziest things you'll ever see. But I assume that's what he's talking about.
Commitment to my, if I didn't, I could say, no, I didn't use any drugs. I don't use any drugs, and I didn't. And what happens is you find the pronoun I and a past tense commitment to my denial. I didn't use drugs Tuesday. In fact, I don't take any drugs. I'm willing to take a drug test. Because you're on the ropes here. You're a little bit defensive because you're being accused. But the first thing out is a denial. With the pronoun I, with the past tense commitments, and with the allegation specifically addressed. If I'm lying, I am really bad news. I'm rare, but I'm really bad news. So, with that, what would you say if you said, Peter, one of your coworkers said you were using drugs last Tuesday. Let me tell you about drug use. Let me tell you how bad drugs are. Let me tell you what should happen to people that take drugs. And they go on and on. After a while, you're like, uh-oh, this is trouble. You're getting a sermon, and we call that an unnecessary sermon. So, in the back of my car, I have a bumper sticker. There's no excuse for elder abuse. Right? It's unnecessary to say that. Is there anyone out there saying, I was on the way home, and I wanted to let off a little steam by beating up my Grammy, but I saw a bumper sticker, and I decided not to? Or is there anyone advocating we need to beat elderly more and more? So it becomes this virtue signaling, this need to be seen in a moral light, where it's not necessary. We're not here, and there's no one in the chat that's going to say, hey, I really think beating old people is a worthwhile endeavor. It's unnecessary to moralize that way. What that person is doing is telling you.
Now, in that I'm going to disagree. I don't think Peter Hyatt has spent enough time watching chats in places like Benny's and AB's and TM's and the Shays and the CZ's and the Pennies and the Jennies and the Adrians. Yeah, man. And the Monsters? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, they're all about that. Depends on what day of the week and what's popular at the time, and tribalism, team sports, all this other shit. But yeah, man, it gets wild over here. This place ain't, like, seriously, dark web ain't got shit on this place. It's fully out the fucking open.
I am coming from the deficit. He's going to identify the deficit for us. Watch this. So just wanted to, because I was so naive. How's Summer doing? How are the boys doing? Jesus said you must hate the world and love God with all your heart, mind, and strength. So I said, God, I don't understand this. I'm so perfectly content. I'm so perfectly content with my beautiful wife and beautiful children. I don't think any of us have been perfectly content for 10 minutes in this troubled world. I have been so excited at the birth of their grandchild. I mean, just thrilled. It's like the greatest thing. And I don't know if my heart could feel any more excitement. As soon as the baby has a dirty diaper, here you go, Jesus for me. The hyperbolic language is telling you something. That sounds an awful lot like Scott Peterson. So what was your marriage like? I think he called it bliss or something.
I think he did say bliss in that monotone. Yeah.
I have more emotion and I'm faking it. Life isn't that way. He is not being real, and this is a form of deception, persuasion, and ingratiation. It came after two uses of thank you or thank. And now an abuser wants to convince us that he's perfectly content with Candace and his children. What that suggests, and this is obvious, this is a rearview mirror analysis, but what it would do if you were seeing this for the first time, you'd want to explore for the possibility of domestic violence and child abuse. Because we know his story, it's domestic violence and child abuse is part of it. But this is why, to get far away from it, it's not, I lost my temper with my kids, or I spoke ill to my wife, or I'm now paying the price for that. He was perfectly content, just like Scott Peterson. So
I believe in you, God, so much, and I'm a victim because I believe it's.
Well, he wasn't just pointing to that later dying. He's trying to give a broader way and understanding of Don himself, the life they were leading, all that. But it's so much to encompass, so much to try to analyze, and so much to try to find a way to explain to others in a simplistic way, maybe, to reach people at their level of understanding instead of bringing out all the big words, maybe.
Also a victim statement, isn't it? That little paragraph.
Over and over it is. In fact, it's going to be through this, you're going to see that victim status. Very good observation. Then summer was gone, then my boys. So that's passive, which may be somewhat appropriate because he wasn't there when summer went missing. But what about his boys? Why was the boys taken? Or why were the boys taken? I'm looking at it as a singular event in his language. Why did it happen?
Seems like it's happened the summer, because it does seem like a singular event in that sentence.
Yeah, he pushes them all together like a singular event. But I just want you to know, it's not his fault. See, I can argue with myself about the summer, him not being there, and the passivity being okay. Passivity is like where I say, the gun went off. Alec Baldwin, the gun went off.
I often wonder, and it's part of why I thought maybe there was a lack of their involvement, or at least sees that, hey, initially, because the risk of those boys being taken as soon as 911 was called for summer. They knew it. I knew it initially. That's how it's like, oh shit, this really is serious, Um, I wonder sometimes if things were controlled some manner by somebody such. Part of it was to keep one thing, but to punish and make sure, I don't know, somebody else's favorite things weren't taken, especially, and to maybe punish all involved for maybe trying to get rid of a certain person not long before. And then the purposeful breaking of gags, bad behaviors. Nah, go ahead and take them. Nah, what changed after you go? Just a thoughts.
Yes.
It removes responsibility. So someone could make an argument that he wasn't there when someone went missing, so therefore the passivity is justified. That's fine, good. What about the boys? What caused the boys to be removed from the home? He was abusive. He was abusive. And good.
Yes.
It removes responsibility. So someone could make an argument that he wasn't there when someone went missing, so therefore the passivity is justified. That's fine, good. What about the boys? What caused the boys to be removed from the home?
That in that sentence.
Yeah, he a single event in his life. Was the boys taken? Or why were the boys taken? But what about his boys? So it is. In fact, it's going to be through this you're going to see that victim status. Very good observation. Then summer was gone, then my boys. So that's passive, which may be somewhat appropriate because he wasn't there when summer went missing. But what about his boys? Why was the boys taken? Or why were the boys taken? I'm looking at it as a singular event in his language.
So in his mind, it's a singular event, right? The way, I guess, could be seen as. Summer's gone, then my boys. This is a singular event. I don't know, maybe when the moment that 911 is called, it technically would be. And maybe some people would know that was probably going to be the case. Just another thought.
Why did it happen?
Seems like it's happened in the summer because it does seem like a singular event in that sentence.
Yeah, he pushes them all together like a singular event. But I just want you to know it's not his fault. See, I can argue with myself about the him not being there and the passivity being okay. Passivity is like where I say, the gun went off. Alec Baldwin, the gun went off.
Yes.
It removes responsibility. So someone could make an argument that he wasn't there when someone went missing, so therefore the passivity is justified. That's fine, good. What about the boys? What caused the boys to be removed from the home? He was abusive. He was abusive. So right away, beginning without the word I, being a little bit ingratiating to thanking people, giving us the nonsense of being perfectly content. You know, what he's doing is giving a portrayal of himself as, oh, look at me, God, I just didn't know what I was doing. Okay? This is a guy that abused a little girl many, many decades ago. And you think about the damage to that, he is the victim. Child Protective Services did it to me. Now, it's not a defense of Child Protective Services, because there are good people and there are bad people, and there are good people that make mistakes and there are bad people that miss certain things. And it's very complex. And someone may be genuinely a victim of having their children removed erroneously. He knows how to dog whistle. He's quite good at it, in fact. I turned to so-called YouTube creators for help. What a joke. After 7 months, yes, I hate everyone's ways but a few. So he's dog whistling.
Well, he's still in jail talking to more than a few of these creators while Cher's writing to him while they're talking, while Tim and everybody making sure to get all the info to all these things after he's played with them the whole time for all the games. But this letter for the public. Right.
To people of faith, he's using some biblical language that he doesn't understand. Hate and love are contrasted. They're not emotions, at least not in this context. It's to say, I hate means I turn my back upon doing rotten things to people. I love meaning I'm going to cling to and seek the best for others, other things that are good. So he's using that now all about himself here. So he turned to YouTube creators for help. They betrayed him. It wasn't his fault. They betrayed him. And I think that's probably a reference to some of the interviews that he's given, where he was called out, rightfully so. And he made false accusations against Chris. He claimed that Chris said certain things he didn't say. Thanks for helping me understand just how evil this world is. Yes, now I hate the worldly ways of everyone, even my own. He's the afterthought, even, up in the ante there. But now I have eternal love for God and understanding exactly what our God has been through himself since day one. I'm not sure what that means, what God has been through. I only have a few friends in this evil world. He is the victim. Thank God for them. You know, they're the ones that Satan attacks constantly. So when someone, he thinks that someone defends him, and this is also manipulative, they're going to be attacked by incarnate evil. This is more victim, and trying to gain people around him. And he gives his lectures about Satan, about incarnate evil. He has one of your family members on drugs or messed up somehow. He is now
Hold on.
One of your family members on drugs or messed up somehow. He is now introduced to this case. This is more victim, and trying to gain people around him. And he gives his lectures about Satan, about incarnate evil. He has one of your family members on drugs or messed up somehow. He has now introduced what I think is central to this case, and that is drugs. And that's where I'll be able to speculate a little more on what I think may happen there. I thank God for his goodness and all the peacemakers on earth. If it weren't for them, and these people that will agree with him are not challenging, we'd all be completely lost. The language is what we call immature language, and I don't wish to question anyone's faith in the sense of the worst could find redemption. What I'm saying is he's not honest, and he uses this to attack others. He's using the language of faith to justify himself and to be on the attack for others. And that's what he has done, and that's what I think he has done his entire life. An example of that, and I don't have the exact quote, but this was early on in the case, is he was going off on people that go to church on a different day, on Sunday instead of Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Your daughter's missing. You've been in prison. You've done some really bad things to people in life.
That's right.
And you want to argue about what day they should go to church. He uses it to remove himself from guilt. So that one of the viewers asked the question of guilty knowledge versus guilt.
No, Mojo, I've not slept in 60 days and 60 nights. I've been up flying high on pure meth monkey milk crack or whatever that flows from the hollows like Smoky Mountain water. It just trickles down. Been out here twitching and shit.
It is very difficult to discern in someone like Don because he is overwhelmed with guilt and he works overtime.
I've had big vice lord and parking bear business and loaf stuff to do.
To keep himself safe from that guilt. So when it becomes so much in life that it becomes his normal walk, it's very difficult to discern without direct questions. And that's where I think that Chris Madonna got too close to the truth.
Peter, what do you think about him going from the I pronoun to the we pronoun? Is it just we don't look at that, where he's saying I, and then all of a sudden he says, if it weren't for them, we would all be completely lost. Like we as in him and Candace, or we as in the general we population. What is he saying?
But very good pickup. That is something that he's doing to crowdsource guilt. It's no different than the little kid that comes home and say, what, Mom? Everyone was doing it. Right away, that child does not want to be alone with guilt. Even though it's minor guilt, it's a great learning lesson for the child to be called out by the teacher or by the parent or by someone, because it can avoid this type of nightmare of living later on. Someone is unrestrained and someone is without learning discipline and then self-discipline, you become a Don Wells. Society puts you behind a cage because you're dangerous. Well, the crowdsourcing of guilt is something that we all do, all want to do, and you'll hear this in the language of recovered addicts where they will almost pull back from the crowd. This is about me, and I can't do that. I can't dish it off on someone else. They're really quite remarkable. These are the recovery ones with that. On my Facebook posts, sometimes I put things that I think are funny, and no one else does except Heather. But I put a statement up where a woman was she's a YouTube influencer or Instagram influencer, something like that, where she had hundreds of thousands of followers, and she was asking for money. And she said, people seem to think that I'm a millionaire. And I put it up there, the entire quote, asking readers if they thought this was an embedded admission or not, and how they can figure that out. But one of the interesting things that she did was she went from I to we immediately. And she was talking about her and her husband. So a journalist peeked a little further into their finances, and yeah, she is a millionaire. she's married and their wealth together is worth over $1 million. So it's kind of, it's fun to look at when you're learning, to see how someone goes from I to we for a reason, and then to trace it out in the context. So take a look at the Facebook page. It's up there where you can look at her quote and see the I from I to we and how it works.
We need to do that, yes. I agree. Everyone check out Peter Hyatt's Facebook page for that. It's a good, if you don't know about pronouns in the way that we write, Peter has taught us so much about looking at pronouns and what they give away. And we might get into a little bit of it here, but it'll be something that you'll start picking up on. It's fascinating.
The pronouns are instinctive. The political winds of telling people what pronouns they should be using. It's political. It's not instinctive to our language. When a little kiddo sees me, he assumes I'm male, and he'll go right to those pronouns. He won't stop and say, should I call him he, she, or ask what I should call him? It's just instinctive. And so politicizing that type of speech oftentimes leads to a desire to control. Pronouns are wonderfully reliable in statement analysis, getting to the truth.
Yes, you've taught me so much about just.
I'd love to know what, like, different monsters, different strings, different flavors, Like, Donda, he says, a lot, right? He's a victim, whatever, blah, blah. Him and Monster have that in common. However, Dawn, a whole hell of a lot, will use we, our, us, family, etc., right? Monster never did that. Monster was always Even in person, verbally, written, there was never family, there was never us, never we, never our, none of that. Ever. Everything was always his. We were always things, objects always first, greed first, whatever first. Everybody else's everything was his. Used until you, even though it was yours and you had purchased it, it was still his, or he was going to keep it, or it mattered more, right? But never even, and I mean, for decades, and I can show text messages, videos, audio, you name it. Rare, I can't even name a time when he said our, we, us, anything like that. Never anything inclusive. It was always me. Dawn does use a hell of a lot of I statements, him, blah blah blah, victim status, same there, monster, but Dawn will and has always been able to say us, we, family, but it, I think, maybe is a way to manipulate for him, or to spread something that's still in usage, in a using way. I think he's smart enough to know that he's continuously using the word I and never does a we or then out. Different monsters, different flavors. Still very similar, but anyway, carrying on. Just a thought.
Just pronouns alone have helped me so much with looking at a statement. It's like maybe the groundwork. I don't know if I'm right or wrong with that, but to me, it felt like it was kind of the groundwork of statement analysis.
It is. If there's only one thing someone has time to learn about detecting deception, is follow the pronouns. Even someone that's being really careful with their pronouns, eventually they start speaking for themselves. If they use the pronoun we, who are they talking about? Because there's more than one person. If they use the pronoun I, then it's them. And if they eject the pronoun, like Don started without it, I don't think Don's a terribly gracious or thankful person, just as the pronoun is missing when you started to thank them.
One question, I don't know if you've ever picked this up, if you've watched enough of Don's interviews, but one thing I wanted to ask you is, what I've noticed about Don is he has this ability to give an interview, especially when he was doing them a lot with like Chris McDonough. People will critique it. He'll pick up on those critiques, and the next time he talks, it'll be a whole different presentation. So if the behavior panel guys said, oh, he did this, he's going to do exactly the opposite or clear it up in some way. He's very astute to that.
Yeah, great point. That's the element of manipulation.
Okay.
That's right.
Weaving fairy tales. No one picks up quick. It's
a great example of manipulation.
I know somebody like that in my life who is very not self-aware and always the victim. And it's now after, this past year of immersing myself into like behavior and studying statement analysis and stuff like that, it doesn't make me as mad when I hear him talk. It's just kind of like, it's amusing. Like, hey, we're the victim again. I understand where you're coming from. So yes, okay. Yeah. It's interesting with Don that he does change. He's smart enough, or he's astute enough in the role of always being on guard and trying to project away guilt, that he's on his toes with fixing how he comes across. Most of us aren't.
I think that goes right back to his childhood. I think he's done a great deal of damage in this world. I'm not saying that it's beyond redemption. I think that he and Candace need to come clean to law enforcement and tell them what they know. This wasn't truthful about what happened. And Don is telling us right here in this statement, one of the greatest elements of this case is drugs. Drugs. I don't underestimate him. I think he's highly manipulative. I always caution in law enforcement, don't underestimate the opponent in the interview.
Oh, so wish he was inside that road by like 36 hours in, man. Maybe he could have answered certain questions for folks instead of them asking them of me and me slow blanket. And it's not just about that smart, it's about that chaos.
Do you believe that Candace has guilty knowledge? What I mean by everyone throws around the word guilty knowledge, but do you believe that she has forgotten, maybe through drug use or what has happened, that's a real forgetting, or can you tell?
I don't think she's telling the truth about that, about the loss of memory. Now, obviously, she has some cognitive limitations, and that is enhanced perhaps by substance abuse. She is very likely, very likely a victim of early child abuse, physical, emotional, very likely sexual, substance abuse. I think her mother was part of that in terms of going to the things that enter our language. You went down to the drugstore to pick up medication. And of all things that can tell us that instead of just running errands, they have to tell that because it's on the mind. And I think that this is very sad, and sometimes it's hard for listeners to accept. There are mothers who are charged with failure to protect because they seemingly don't know any better, that they've been victimized themselves so much in life and in childhood that they fail to protect. And I think that, it's just my opinion, Don was sexually abusing Summer, and Candace has known about it. And I think worse things, but that's where I'll go.
We had a great question, right, Tiff? We had someone just asked.
Yes, the one about Candace. Yeah, hold on, let me pull it up. The polygraph one, you mean, or the other one? Yeah, okay. So it says, can you explain why they were able to pass polygraphs?
Has that been verified?
I don't think it has, actually, though. That's just from their words. But don't you think law enforcement would have corrected that if they were...
Closest you ever get to that is the Inton drop, which the law definitely go back and listen to Dondus Christ #1 earlier, because it does go with this, but whatever.
Going around, even like in articles, it was said that they were giving so many interviews. Do you think they would have corrected it or no?
Because it's such a public case, I think it's notable that they didn't come out and say anything.
No, he didn't get all this from that letter. He had done several readings on all their statements, including Candace's, even before they were ever on Dr. Phil or the panel or any of that, and he was clearly keeping up with Summer's case as well. So no, he didn't get all of this from that letter. And I don't think that's what he's trying to imply either.
I think they have their doubts. So on polygraph, I have a great deal of confidence in it. It does come down to the polygraph examiner. And it's important to ask questions using only their language, they being Candace and Don. If I introduce a word that's not part of their vocabulary, they're not familiar with, they're not comfortable with, it can skew the results. So the polygraph is as effective as its examiner or polygrapher, someone who's administering that. And if they do that, and it's very simple. I'm going to give you 5 questions. It's today, Tuesday, and that sort of thing. So there's no surprise where there's an emotional reaction or a hormonal response to a surprise. Nothing like that's coming. And some people, and it's rare, but I've dealt cases like that, will pass a polygraph, especially if they don't have a connection to the language. That's really important. Good question.
Thank you, Marigold.
Thank you, Marigold. Should we bring up Candace's statement now, do you think, or do you want to ask more questions?
We should we finish that? I think we had like a couple.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I took that.
So, yeah, I interrupted Peter with questions.
Okay. Yeah, I could go through the questions if you could.
Oh, go through them?
Okay, yeah, okay.
Wait.
So I'll start from...
You guys...
Julie Bibby says, do you think they are being loyal to their self? You kind of answered that a little bit, but...
Yes, it's self-preservation. See, this is a difficult issue. Go back to the question of guilt versus guilty knowledge. We call this in an analysis, in criminal analysis, attendant guilt. Attendant guilt is, I didn't kill the guy, but I did rob the body. And I don't want you to find out that I robbed the body, but I didn't kill him.
I don't know about that, Di. I don't think you have to be an expert or have a degree of any kind to realize what C and D are doing here. has been mostly in the name of their self-preservation. I mean, I've shown you a receipt where they're more worried about using their fucking PIs and other people around them so they don't get hung. Not so they can find Summer, but so they don't get hung. And if you've been present since June 15th, in the first seconds and minutes and hours and days and weeks and months, long before you come public, living beside the same weirdos you've lived beside of for years, you know everything that they do on the daily is basically for fucking self-preservation over everything else. So no, you ain't gonna be a goddamn expert holder. So, I mean, somebody that does actually watch people like this, whether not you're on TV, whatever, panels used as tools, throughout a 2+ year period, probably and most likely. I don't think it takes an expert to get what's being done and what's been done here by certain folks, and throughout their entire lives. I don't think it takes an expert.
So I'm showing a guilty knowledge of something that took place in this crime, but I really didn't kill him. They have what I believe is to be attendant guilt, and I think what they're withholding, both of them, but especially Candace and some of the interviews I've seen, is what Summer's life was like with.
It's not online technical jargon. Die. You know, so what he's saying is some of the same shit I heard from real goddamn FBI profilers in person about them and others and card team and specialists. Real detectives about them. And he's actually keeping the big words down. And to a minimum, and trying to reach people on their ground. So they have an easier way of understanding. He's trying to use analogies, etc.
Them on drugs. And this is, and I don't know what happened to Summer, but this is a major concern I have. That when someone gets involved in drugs, they invite trouble into their lives. When a married couple gets involved in drugs, it becomes even worse. When a married couple with children get involved in drugs, now it's compounded further. When a married couple with children who live in a secluded area get involved with drugs, the children are to prey. So if they're involved in drugs, as I've seen, is what Summer's life was like with them on drugs. And this is, and I don't know what happened to Summer, but this is a major concern I have. That when someone gets involved in drugs, they invite trouble into their lives. When a married couple gets involved in drugs, it becomes even worse. When a married couple with children get involved in drugs, now it's compounded further. When a married couple with children who live in a secluded area get involved with drugs, the children are open prey. So,
and stats speak to that. So also not jargon, and it's stats anybody even without a degree could look up.
If, let's say that Candace did not kill Summer, her language shows guilt. Some form of self-preservation is happening there. I think it's related to drugs. And my fear is that, and this is so hard for some people to grasp, but the drugs desensitize. They build up not only a tolerance physically to the chemical, but an emotional tolerance. So someone can say, how could...
And drugs do desensitize. It's why I begged Monster's mommy and others around your local not to be fucking around Monster, giving it certain shit, because it takes down on your level of empathy, and when you're a fucking monster who lacks it anyway, and then you go about doing fuck shit, it makes you even more of a goddamn monster. Takes away empathy centers and hits those pretty hard. So what little they may possess on the regular, they stop. And well, if you're one of us, you know it's gonna be an unfortunate goddamn day, month, whatever, cycle, etc. So you're like, fuck.
I interviewed a woman once that traded her little daughter, maybe 7 years old at the time, on trains for cigarette money. Say, how can someone do that? My guess in this case is that they invited trouble into their lives, and that they may have at times traded Summer for drugs, for money. And once that element enters into that property, so I think she's withholding, I think she's lying. She's withholding information about what happened. There's gaps there in her story that tell us, no, I'm not going there. I'm going to skip over that time. It's not that I'm forgetting. I'm just not going to go there. And I think that Summer had a life of abuse. And I'm willing to bet a cup of coffee for anybody that Child Protective Services feared the same thing. And after what happened to Summer, they did what they had to do to get those boys out of there. We always look for, we being society, and particularly Child Protective Services, we look for family placement. We look for a place where the kids can have the familiarity and the bonding with family, but be protected. And when that's not possible, and the children's lives are in jeopardy or at immediate risk of serious harm, which I think evidence was there, they know things or they suspect things, know and or suspect, and they have to take steps to protect those kids. And that's why you could see a reaction from me when it talks about being perfectly content. And he mentions Candace and the kids. So he's lying. There's no such thing as perfect contentment. It's no different than Scott Peterson.
This might be kind of off the, I don't know if you can answer this, but if in what we believe in our opinion, well, your opinion and I haven't expressed my opinion yet, but if, let's say, this was happening in the house and there was it was a lot of drug abuse, and the boys are obviously older than Summer and they've witnessed it and they're different ages. Do you think that there's so much damage done to those boys where, had it not been for intervention of Child Protective Services, that their path and they're being desensitized to violence or acts of violence would almost be guaranteed?
I think they probably experience a lot of it already, and the intervention is late. What happens is, the reason that Child Protective Services doesn't come into your home or my home and rip out our children is because we have standards and laws to protect us. Those same laws, the child protective workers must prove to a judge in a preponderance of evidence that these things are taking place. And it does mean that someone gets lost in the system or someone is not pulled out fast enough, and the damage is going to be there, and then they try to mitigate it. But this is part of the very complicated human nature that we all have to deal with. It is not perfect contentment.
Is there a way to appeal through this language that you see with the way that Don writes? Is there a way to appeal to him through, whether it be religion or guilt or whatever, and to Candace to come clean, to maybe save their souls, to say where Summer is, to save their souls?
Yeah, great question. And I could be wrong with this, but the language that Don has used from the beginning, when it came to the language of religion, is subservient to him. He's using it. So I don't think an appeal, I think he would take that as a challenge, an appeal to confession, for truth, for seeking forgiveness, redemption. I don't know if he's beyond that. I don't know. I know that he's used the language of religion to poke at others, which seems to be his personality. Whatever happened to him early in childhood, he lives and hurts others. I also recognize, especially in the world of criminal analysis, that
there's no redemption and there's no change, and there never will be for certain types of monsters who, in my opinion, belong on fucking lists just as much as others convicted of things, like warning lists, if you will, because there's no changing them, but they're allowed freely to wander about, causing more damage in ways, and more widespread, openly, freely, with very little consequence or justice ever served. Breathing free air and destroying so much.
those people, whether we want to admit it or not, who don't sleep well until they've harmed others. It's just this, like a young soldier who don't sleep well. I don't know. I know that he's used the language of religion to poke at others, which seems to be his personality. Whatever happened to him early in childhood, he lives and hurts others. I also recognize, especially in the world of criminal analysis, that there are those people, whether we want to admit it or not, who don't sleep well until they've harmed others.
Look, I can tell you those monsters, they exist. I lived with one, was boxed by one, still am. It was some of the best nights of sleep I've seen that motherfucker get. Whereas I was pouring fucking blood and dared to fucking shed a tear, or I ended up spilling more blood. And literally, as I was sitting there trying to make sure I didn't so much as sniffle or move a muscle or whatever, as I was bleeding, within seconds, Monster could roll over and be absolutely perfectly asleep with a smile on his face, and I'm not kidding you when I say that, and wake up just as happy as a lark. On those nights and mornings especially, it was like sleepy meds or something. They sleep just fine, and they sleep more content the more damaged. So I can testify that there are some that sleep even better as you're bleeding out next to them, and they can fall asleep instantly. And when I mean that. Monster could roll over as I'm pouring fucking blood. Double dog dare me to sniffle, mope, anything like that, and perfectly sound asleep. Sure as fuck could. Never could figure that the fuck out. That's what it is.
It's just this, like a young social worker is all idealistic. Talk to them in 10 or 20 years and see how much more sober-minded they are. Law enforcement doesn't generally struggle with that. If you see a young law enforcement professional struggling like that, my guess is they're probably going to leave law enforcement. It's just too overwhelming. So, a young social worker who don't sleep well, he lives and hurts others. I also recognize, especially in the world of criminal analysis, that there are those people, whether we want to admit it or not, who don't sleep well until they've harmed others. It's just this, like a young social worker is all idealistic. Talk to them in 10 or 20 years and see how much more sober-minded they are. Law enforcement doesn't generally struggle with that. If you see a young law enforcement professional struggling like that, my guess is they're probably going to leave law enforcement. It's just too overwhelming. So, I don't want to write anyone off, but I don't think at this time, and this is dated early February, I believe, I don't think at this time going this direction. I think Chris McDonough was really close to them, and that was the most letting down of their guard I've seen. And even that, Don knows how to shut it down. So just it may not be necessary to state, but just in case it is, I have no association with this case. I have, whenever I have any association with law enforcement on a case, I don't comment about it or I don't write about it. This one I have none, and the things that I'm talking about are all public knowledge.
Yes, anytime Peter covers a case, he has nothing to do with it. When there's a case that he does cover, like you said, yeah, he never brings it up.
No, I don't even comment on it or say, I can't talk about that, because that brings attention.
Yeah.
What I do is, for law enforcement, for example, I will look at a statement and give an opinion on it. They're the ones that should be credited with it because they're the ones that are working day and night on those cases. Those are the ones that have to prove what I've been able to show them. So it's wrong or my team is terrific like that. They don't want any credit. They don't want anything to be known. They practice confidentiality completely. But the professionals that are boots on the ground, they are the ones that are going to be cross-examined. They're the ones that have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. They're the ones that do the work. So when you see like this public information going on, then I'm free to comment. I think others are free to comment. When you see Don wanting to shut people down, so when I speak and I give you an opinion, people have a right to say, that guy's an idiot, or that guy's really smart. I agree with him or I disagree with him. That is presupposed when anyone speaks publicly. And when someone wants to shut it down, they have a reason to need to shut it down. And that's Don and quite a few others.
I agree with you. Yeah. Okay.
So I'll say, in a public case, this person is deceptive. And it's happened on a few occasions where the person, with their attorney, has threatened to sue me. And my attitude is, go ahead. I get to ask questions. As my defense. Yeah, because what I'm doing is everyone, when you speak, I'm speaking through a computer or through television, there's an expectation that some people will believe me, some people won't. They have a right to do those things. What I do with printed analysis is I will give an opinion whether I believe someone or disbelieve them and explain why. And for me, it makes sense. So I'm willing to assume that it'll make sense for a judge or a jury. So I get to ask questions, which I love.
I'm blaming you. I think that's one of the most fascinating parts of having the amount of knowledge that you have, is that you actually know the questions to ask to take it further. Like when you see the red flags, you know what to ask next to get further. I love that. A lot of what
we do is to submit questions to law enforcement that can be used in the interview process. But even the submission of questions, it comes down to that law enforcement experience, instincts. No interview is perfect because they're on the fly. They're out there right off the bat. So we're very slow to criticize anybody, but hopefully the questions can be very helpful. We can even go as far as saying, right here, this person's lying. Here's where to target your questions.
Zah.
Okay, yeah, question. Amanda Wolf asks, so this must be something that you said. It says you said Don is so deceptive you can't tell when he is not being deceptive exactly. Have you been able to examine that further?
What I mean by that, and fair question, is that he is so enmeshed in substance abuse, and I thought the behavioral panel did a great job with this. They were so restrained with their analysis because he is constantly defensive. He is served time in prison. He's had a really hard, bad life. And so it is very difficult throughout what he does is to know where the guilt is. So what I mean about deception is you can assume in a lot of places he's being deceptive, but regarding Summer's disappearance, it can be tricky because he can be lying about the child molestation, the domestic violence, the weapon, sexual abuse, all different things. It's difficult to pin him down. I think he knows it too.
He's that good at it that he knows it.
No one has asked me until today how I might approach him in the interview, and I'm not sure. It's something I probably seek a consensus from others after watching him so long. I think he is so hardened and so closed off and so manipulative. So I have to think about that strategy. That's a great question.
Now, there's been a couple comments about the photos. Are you aware of these photos, Bella or Peter? It says, hello, Peter. I'm wondering if you have looked at the dark web type photos Candace Wells posts. I'm not sure if you're aware. I'm not even aware of that, to be honest.
Thankfully, I don't know where the dark web is, so.
It's an underground World Wide Web where we don't have access. You kind of have to know hacking skills or be invited, and it's where like dark things live, right? So snuff films and being able to view underage children.
It didn't age well considering what Zov did just a few weeks ago, and anybody who took a walk around this true crime drama shit show that's created the What's Effect forward and been through so many cases. most days here is darker than the dark web. It's right out in front of your faces. For entertainment purposes only.
Purportedly that,
But it says type photos, so maybe that's just.
Yeah, no,
Mary, can you explain what photos you're talking about? Maybe.
what I reference with the dark web, I know what it is. Departments specifically trained for child pornography, officers, and generally speaking, and this will depend upon the size, the budget, everything else, an officer will be assigned for a limited time to examine child pornography because the impact is so horrible on that officer. And so they have a certain threshold they look for in terms of underage, so it's not like borderline, but the true pedophilia that circulates on the dark web. I don't know of any officer that has stayed long term in that. It impacts them. It can impact their health, mental health, physical health. It's horrible. And so
true story, man. And they only assign for so long, and they really do burn out very quickly. I've had friends who work child crimes units, and man, it crispy fried their soul and mind and heart quickly. You couldn't. I don't know how those men and women do those jobs like that, dude. I know they certainly aren't paid enough. You couldn't pay me any amount in the world to work that job. Kudos to those men and women who do. There's no way. There's no way in hell. No way in hell that you could get me to sit there and I don't know. There's no way. So imagine I can't. Okay.
able to take it out and that sort of thing.
Okay, so Gabby's mom says, what can be said about the tenses used in statements? Candace used present tense for past tense. So I walk over here and watch Summer go into the house as opposed to walked and watched.
We call that unreliable. There are some people that will use present tense routinely, but it's not reliable in terms of commitment. Now, if they go back and forth, that becomes even more so alarming. And I think what Candace was doing was being deceptive while being manipulative. Remember about the washing of the hands and the candy? Who washes their kids' hands? A good person. Who gives a child candy? A loving grandmother. The need to portray the good guy, and what the questioner is referencing, often suggests to the contrary.
It becomes like a doth protesteth too much, right? Where you're drawing too much attention to something that's ordinary, that should just be ordinary, right?
Would you even think about washing hands after gardening? Would that come back into the language? Because we all do it. Like the reference to someone when they're talking about their day and they said, then I brushed my teeth. That is an example that we use of unnecessary information. Unless there was a dental problem that they were talking about, it should enter their language. And generally speaking, it will be an indicator for us that that person is concealing information of a personal nature or private nature.
Wow.
So the washing of the hands entered her language. I think it may be a reference back to sexual abuse, but I can't tell you whether it was of Summer, which I think, or was this in her language because of her own, Candace's own history as a child. Those are things I'd explore for.
Very complicated on both sides of on Candace's side and Dawn's side, very complicated family histories of pronounced abuse and where it's become normalized in their family, and just kind of looked at as like, hey, that's just like a shrug of the shoulders. We're in normal.
Where for someone else it's so shocking that it comes up to the language. In Don's religious language of the hate versus love back and forth, when he's comparing the two, I think that he would likely use religious language to justify lying, the way people do. I need to protect Candace. I need to protect the boys, because he knows that Summer's not living. That's, to me, an indicator of ongoing abuse that took place in her first 5 years of her life. He could use that and say, look how I'm doing God's will, protecting my boys.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Protecting the family.
Which looks good to the public, and it's for a mask. Mostly in my opinion. Because if it wasn't public, guess who'd still be destroying and terrorizing and doing whatever to all of the above. Freely. Same guy who's then acting like everything's about protection of and the safety of, and everybody else is the big bad whatever.
So everything's justified in the protection of the family. Very good point.
The McCanns, the Madeline McCann parents, if they come clean and say this was an accident because we gave her Benadryl or something like that, they could have said to themselves, our other children will be taken away, and we have to protect them, and we'll lose our patients, and our patients need us in our professions, and that sort of thing. They justify, and that's what human nature is. We try to justify everything we do.
Amazing points.
I have friends that I sometimes refer to as the devil I know, meaning that they're just honest. They're honest people. They're honest with their faults. They're honest with their goodness, and I trust them. They're not putting on a show. Don is a walking, talking show, and if you pull the curtain back a little bit, boy, does he get angry.
Which leads to Crash Landing's amazing question here. Tiff, are you muted?
No, I'm not. Do you think Don's religious view?
Yeah, they sure don't like that, right?
I trust them. I sometimes refer to as the devil I know, meaning that they're just honest. They're honest people. They're honest with their faults. They're honest with their goodness, and I trust them. They're not putting on a show. Don is a walking, talking show, and if you pull the curtain back a little bit, boy, does he get angry.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Which leads to Crash Landing's amazing question here. Tiff, are you muted?
No, I'm not. Do you think Don's religious views are sincere?
At this point, I don't. Because thus far, and this point being the last 6 months or however long it's been, longer than that, it has been used to poke at others and push away guilt. Whereas even the Greek word for confession means to say the same, to agree, to be honest, to be truthful. And we haven't seen that in him. He uses this to attack others, to condemn others, and to divert. So forgive me if I'm wrong about that, and maybe things will change, but right now I don't. and this is an expression, I hope this is not offensive to anyone, because contextually it's accurate, but we call it born-again-ism, where someone goes through a hard time, they declare themselves to be born again, being a new heart, and then they return back to celebrity, and that's the way all that they claimed during that crisis period. So they're using a language that they don't own. They're using it for the purpose of manipulation. And they could be trying to convince themselves. And then you run also the risk of someone who is genuine in their beliefs, who's struggling, who's like not perfectly content. It's difficult. So sometimes we can see where someone is using a type of language that is not just immature, but they're using it in a way to protect themselves from maybe a criminal guilt and to harm others. That's manipulative.
Oh, thank you, Gabby's mom. Thank you guys, balanced and informative. Thank you so much.
Peter is one of our favorite guests, if not our favorite guest, seriously. We love having Peter on. Solo MCFC. Hi, Solo. Okay.
Do you think law enforcement are waiting for Don or Candace to trip themselves up? Like when you say give them a rope to...
I do. I think that they probably have very strong opinions. I think it's related to drugs and chronic abuse of Summer, but they are responsible for proving it. And what they don't want to do, and sometimes causes a little bit of consternation dealing with the district attorney, is they don't want to bring a case they can't prove. So they also have to fight their own emotions. They may very much dislike these people. They can't let that interfere. A lot of times the bad guy didn't do it, and our heroes, they did it. So we have to step back and have a certain amount of confidence. And it's hard at times because we want justice, and this case ripped us all. The little girl's cute face and the poverty and everything else just gripped us. And people are here because they want justice. But I do trust that law enforcement professionals are working on that, keeping a careful eye out, and always looking for new evidence. Things come out.
You have faith in Tennessee's in TBI. Do you, Peter?
I do. There are men and women there that you cut them, they believe protect and serve. That's who they are. And they are parents, and they are angry, and they are outraged, and they are sad, and they all the same experiences that someone outside of the investigation experiences, generally speaking, more so inside because they know more. They lose sleep over these things, and they have to somehow dissociate enough at home to carry on. That's why when you see politicians demonizing cops, and they're doing it for their own gain, it makes that job so much worse. So much worse. Think of all the things they see and all the things they deal with. And every time they pull someone over, will that person pull a gun? Every time they answer a domestic and knock at that door. And things go wrong, and there are people that should never be in law enforcement, but the vast majority have the DNA of protection and serve. They have to. If they could do something else and make more money, they still won't. They have to protect and serve. And so when you see that type of, even a quiet from them, they don't want the shame of not solving a crime. They're working on it.
It's good to know that feels. I think it also helps reassure a lot of people in the public that we're so used to seeing things happen so fast online, and we don't remember how things work in law enforcement and in the justice system, I should say. Things are slow. Hopefully we will find Summer, and we could appeal. Hopefully what do you think about this, Peter? Actually, this is, I want your take on this. Is Dawn has gone away for a few months, 10 months to a year, depending, for this charge, this DUI charge. Candace is without her daughter, without her sons, without Dawn now. Do you think that there could be something that moves her without the protective male in the house?
I do. I think it might be an opportunity, especially if they're divided, where she'd be more willing to speak. I don't know what the grandmother spoke of, but she'd be another one that I'd want to talk to. The problem being is that there is sometimes a mentality of circle the wagons, or it could be even for the mother-in-law, Don's going to be out in a few months, that sort of thing. So that could be a fear factor there. So it would mean that.
Yeah, I think that ship sailed about the time, I don't know, certain well-organized group here, and Kathy and all them came in to circle the fucking wagons. Instead of leaving certain things alone. I don't know. Maybe one day. We'll see.
If he were to go away for a longer time, I think we'd get to the bottom of this. So great point.
Maybe.
Fingers crossed that something touches either of their hearts to speak, or anybody that knows anything to speak on this, because I think the mentality, hopefully I'm wrong, but if the mentality is that Summer is gone, there's nothing more we can do, if that's the mentality that the parents have. We're here to preserve ourselves going forward. That's not in keeping with the godly ways and getting something off your chest and confession. And I know that, Don does wear his religion like a cloak, and it is like a mask, but I know that they watch things on and off, and if they do get this, I plead with them for the sake of their daughter to just come clean, for the sake of their sons, because they will grow up to be men, and it is important to break the cycle and show them what a good person's like.
And, so the appeal would be to Candace, you could get your sons back by telling the truth, we'll protect you, we'll get them services, do all this, that sort of thing. And what sometimes happens, often that's a great motivation for a mother, but what sometimes happens, depending on how long the abuse and the life of degradation has been going on, is they don't always care. It was a hard lesson for me decades ago, where mother is pleading for her newborn child, and my heart's ready to break, and the mother doesn't show up for any of the bonding time. She wants the state to say, you're an unfit mother, because she doesn't want the burden. That really does happen. I know it's difficult for people to embrace, and it was difficult for me to embrace. I probably needed to see it with my own eyes to convince me that people can be that hardened. Candace seems pretty hardened, but I still think that might be approach.
Do you find her more hardened than Don?
No, he's really out there. He's really out there. I wouldn't be surprised if he made more attempts on his own life. I know that. While in jail? No, when he's out, it's difficult to conceive how he can find a reason to get up every morning. So beat down he was. When I'm back to the behavior panel, it impressed me how restrained they were and how strongly contextual they were with him. They knew that he's going to have something shoulders because of his life. And so where an average person, you see the change in the body language, you might rush to guilt over that crime, whereas they were restrained about it, and they made allowances for what was really has been a tragic and harmful life. I was impressed.
And you do also do that. I'm impressed with how the behavior panel and you do that, where you take in cultural, and like you will take in, well, if drugs are involved, there's this and there's allowances. Everything isn't cookie cutter. They do the same thing where culture plays, and that's what me and Tiff were always doing in the beginning of this case, is trying to give them a buffer, because we don't maybe understand the culture. I'm in LA, Tiff is in Ohio. We don't live in a very rural place. You grow up different. Kids run out barefoot, in LA, no one's running out barefoot up here. Kid might get snatched. Like, no one does that. So we had to give allowances for that. And I really appreciate and credit you for giving that. It's kind of like giving grace, but it's smart, right? Because when you're looking at cases, you can't just cookie cutter them. And you teach us so much, Peter. I mean, I think more than you even realize, you teach us so much. So thank you.
We had a child go missing in Australia, and Colin Ector, an analyst there, had said, "Hey, I think we should cover this case. The mom is telling the truth." And there were some things that mom was tripping over, and I think there was a little bit of guilt about this or that, but she didn't cause the child's disappearance. And as time went on, there's almost like a public pressure to say, "Hey, Colin, you're wrong on this one." And the child was found alive, and it wasn't the mother at all.
Are you talking about little Cleo from?
Yeah, on the language alone, he knew. This is Colin Ector I'm talking about. He did a good job putting things out, but he also had to, when we worked out as a team, he also had to help us understand some of the things in the Australian culture. One of the things I said was, who wants to bring a young baby to the beach in a tent? What a disaster. And he said, no, this is very common, and people will have beer there, and this is part of the culture. So that was something that was very helpful. So we look for that, including regionalism in the United States. Internationally, we have to have it, where I will check with analysts from the Southeast, for example, on certain language points, which is different than...
Hold on. All right.
Where I am, states, internationally, we have to have it, where women and people will have beer there, and this is part of the culture. So that was something very helpful. So we look for that, including regionalism in the United States. Internationally, we have to have it. Where I will check with analysts from the Southeast, for example, on certain language points, which is different than New England, where I am, or West Coast. So it's very helpful to have that type of input all around, and it makes for some good debate and good work done on analysis.
I love that. Thank you, Georgina. Tiff, do you want to read that one?
Sorry, I'm just trying to keep up with chat. Okay, so I'm trying to get all the questions. Oh yeah, I have a good question. And this is a statement I didn't know that Candace even said, but I guess a few people have been talking about it. So let me find it. Where is it? Right here. It says, Peter, insight on Candace's statement. I guess she said, if I had just walked her out. This is a new statement she made on YouTube. So there's a few people that asked that. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I'd like to see the whole statement, but
I know. Where can we find it, Gailey?
I thought she did walk her out. It was the whole purpose of giving the description of the length between them, and she actually slowed down the pace. This tells us what comes after the statement is after that portion of the statement is probably problematic.
Here, let me.
Because if it's an ordinary day, you're not going to watch a 5-year-old go just a few short feet.
Yeah.
You're not going to describe it. It's not even in your memory. She went in the house. I watched her walk, and that sort of slowing down the pace. I would, just without knowing the full statement there, I'd still like to go back to that area and wonder if she's trying to relive that, emphasizing it.
I would love to see you interview her.
I know. Me too. Actually, somebody has a question about if, where is it? Kind of relates to that. One second. Where is it? We got so many questions. I'm trying to just oh, here we go. If you were consulting with law enforcement about techniques to use on Don and Candace, what would you recommend to get at the truth? This is from Gloria Dellin.
I think they have to be separated, and she has to be made safe. But I think it would be a very tall order. Going over the words very carefully, even in the chit chat section, where the bonding is being made, I'd listen very carefully to the language she uses. I want to reflect that language back. But I think that she would have to see that, like Don just got 20 years for something, not coming out. That would be a chance that she might come clean.
So Z asks, Mr. Hyatt, the behavior panel found Don Wells being honest. So are you disagreeing? Also, by the way, they passed their yeah, a lot of people were saying that Dr. Phil even said they passed the polygraph. So maybe he's just trying to, I don't know if
And Dr. Phil wants a few tools in a box.
Does Dr. Phil really know, do you think?
They were saying in chat that the officer Lawson.
Oh, Lawson, thank you. They did say Lawson said that too. That's right. That they passed, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what they said. Even though Lawson clearly stated months after polygraphs that everyone was still suspect, while doing a piece about, commentary on Don's dog trail or shittery and the unfounded scream. I was saying, he sure did make sure to note that everyone was still suspect months after polygraphs. Alright, only Enton and Dr. Phil. That's strange. Anyway, carrying on.
And we'd have to know what questions they were asked. I'll get to the behavior plan in a moment.
I just find it weird knowing Candace and Dawn lost their shit when more polygraphs were requested of them, and then they said in person to my face that they'd no longer be cooperating with Hawkins County. Weirdo.
Did you kill your daughter? Did you cause her death? Now let's just say that my scenario is correct, where they invited by their actions the unsavory criminal element of drugs, people who are desensitized due to drugs, and one of them snatched her. They can say, I didn't cause her disappearance, I'm telling you the truth, that sort of thing, and pass a polygraph. It doesn't tell the whole story, though. Let's say my scenario is correct. I don't, now with the behavioral panel, what they were talking about specifically was about.
Yeah, they could. After a few, in a few days, maybe pass on, especially after hunting down a minor witness and wanting to know what the fuck he said and everything else. They could maybe pass few, especially where they probably place on certain scales. Yeah, but then when a few more questions are needing answered, too much risk to take more, eh? Oh, man.
Dawn not causing her death or disappearance. I think that's what they were addressing there. That's where they made all the allowances, appropriately so, for his beat down in life.
And they said that Candace had guilty knowledge.
Candace did? Okay.
Yeah. That there was something she needed to remember, and that was triggering to her. Because if you guys remember what that Scott asked about, and it was made into such a big deal, Scott had asked about the cornbread mafia, and that's when she got upset. So everyone attributed it to, okay, so there's a trigger with the cornbread mafia, there's something with that, but maybe it was just she, like she said, interrogated. She didn't think she was there for an interrogation. She thought she was there to get help. So
yeah, if her motive is to get Summer back, less care about being interrogated, whatever it takes. Don's language in the very beginning, he went past tense on his own daughter and was called on it, and even admitted, well, I guess I'm thinking that.
yes.
He also used religious language to place her up in heaven. Not that she doesn't belong in heaven, but at that time, she didn't belong anywhere but alive on the earth, unless he believed something. So I think that, like, even if it was just guilt of a drug dealer that I purchased from before came back and snatched her, they can say, we didn't cause her disappearance, we didn't hurt her. It doesn't mean you didn't invite the trouble in.
True. Okay. Marigold has is that a question?
I guess Don said he felt sorry for searchers wasting time because Summer was far away from there. So that's kind of interesting. I didn't realize he said that.
You know what's weird to me is I heard we talking to Candace, video chats, whatever, right? Original plan was just for Dawn to go out there. Candace didn't. She was trying to tell him it was a bad idea. She thought they were going to surprise, setting him up with the sisters, etc. Somehow, though, Candace gets roped into that shit, and Mullins is doing whatever around half of that shit. hear tell Mullins is the one that said, hey, if they're doing anything, whatever, they'll let you walk off and do the tears, and kind of made the plan for the fiasco around Candace thing. Was whatever. It's almost like maybe people wanted to make sure that nothing was really said about the sisters or Dawn, and all attention was kept on Candace to throw her under the bus instead, and if she was taken along, attention to be on her, not Dawn and those sisters. Then to pre-prep Candace for meltdowns that might then be made notorious online instead of anything about Dawn. I don't know. It's so weird. Just a thought. Could be entirely wrong and all that. Only certain areas of it, I guess.
He had processed her death. So there are things that he knows that are associated with whoever came over there. Remember, he also has to protect himself. What I believe, they were sleeping in this.
Sorry for searchers wasting time because Summer was far away.
Marigold has is that a question?
I guess Don said he felt sorry for searchers wasting time because Summer was far away from there. That's kind of interesting. I didn't realize he said that.
He had processed her death. So there are things that he knows that are associated with whoever came over there. Remember, he also had.
Dude, he was saying that shit first night. Anyway.
Has to protect himself. What I believe, they were sleeping in the same bed, him and the little girl. He with a predation history. That's heartbreaking.
And he did process her death, and it seemed like it was very quickly, because he had said that this is the day she went missing, June 15th. He got the call from Candace. He drove. He said, I don't remember his exact words since we're talking language. I want to be really correct, but something like a bat out of hell. He drove so fast. He got there, and then he saw his boys on one side of the field in front of his house searching. And he said, I knew in that instant Summer was gone. That's kind of, in my opinion, fast for a father to process a child.
But remember, first story is that the way he knew Summer hadn't been found and he needed to drive further down, pull in, whatever, was because nobody had called him back to let him know Summer had been found. But then when shit needs to happen because it looks weird and everything, he's all like, oh no, Candace and I were on the phone the whole time together. Now that doesn't make good sense. For starters, that's impossible. Secondly, if you're on the phone the whole time together, then how does your first statement go? Like, who the fuck was supposed to call if you were on the phone with Candace the whole time? And you would have known Summer wasn't found. Right? Everything flies in the face of everything else. It just... And then later, you have other ones like, oh, when I pulled in, then I seen the neighbors and my boys searching. That's when I knew she was not found or she was gone. Or it just, whatever. Depends on which fairy tale even fucker you want to go with.
Dad, and Peter, you've said in the past about when a doctor comes out and tells a parent that they've lost a child. Wasn't that you? I think that was you, right?
Yeah, it isn't something that the parental capacity accepts without being worn down.
Yes.
it is more powerful in females than it is in males. In males, because the male protects, is an affront, the parental instinct that the child wasn't protected. We have to be convinced of it. That takes time to wear it down in fact and detail. A woman is even more difficult to bring around to accept that. There are mothers today who will not accept the missing child being deceased and have struggled for year to year to year because that mama bear instinct is so powerful, so powerful. So generally speaking, men will go into the past tense before women will, but even they have a hard time. Don had no problem. Don knew people were on his property that shouldn't have been on that property. People were in their lives that shouldn't have been in their lives. He knew that, and he knows it now.
So they were talking about, I guess they asked her, it was a interview or a video where they asked her, what would you have done different? Or wait, no. I guess if she would have walked her out from the basement, is that, Miller, you understand what they're saying about that? They're trying to explain why she said that. So maybe
what ifs,
but walked her out, I guess. I don't know. I'm confused. So yeah, just disregard that last statement. I'm not
you
sure.
still also have the one you typed up too. So that was a good, what she actually said.
Yeah, what you sent me, you mean? Yeah, let me bring that up. We typed it up. It's not that long. But she had made this. When was this, Bella? It's on a video.
I don't know if it was 2 or 3 days ago. So Candace, for everyone who doesn't know, has her own channel now. So John and Candace have their channel. Candace now has her own channel. And for a minute, it was kind of rogue where Tim Mullen wasn't, I think, monitoring it. And then Tim Mullen, as of, I believe, 2 days, maybe 36 hours ago, was like monitoring it. So this got removed. She was in a hotel room and she was just talking about parts of her life. She was chatting in a live. And this is just something she said.
And since I typed this up, I can't make it bigger, but I could read it to you if you want.
You have to see it.
I know it's so small. I should have made the font bigger, but let me see if I could change it. Okay. I don't know. I think with this one, I can't. Let me see if I can just. Did that work? No, I don't know. Okay, let me try to read it. It says, you can love somebody and not be in love with somebody all at the same time. And then to a lot of people, I know there's going to be a lot of haters that's going to be hating on me for this. Okay, I can handle it. I miss my daughter Summer with all my heart and soul, and I would, if she'd come back safe and alive and sound, I would trade my body, my heart, my soul for her to come back. I don't know where she is, and I miss her very much. I miss my boys very much, and I really don't know what else to say tonight, but I hope everyone has a safe and wonderful weekend.
The word that jumps out to me is trade.
Don't it though?
That's my fear that
trade my body.
What someone was put through.
Oh yeah. Wow. And notice she said I would trade my body first. That's wow. Interesting.
It may even be what took place in Candace's life, maybe early on even. These things repeat themselves so horribly. That word is very alarming to her vocabulary. Those type of things I listen to. And like if I was interviewing her and I would use the word trade and I would ask her to tell me about it, and I'd want to go to her childhood, and what I'm looking for is that blind spot where someone is so desensitized to something that horrific that instead of looking through the lens of I protected my children, I protect my grandchildren. Someone that culturally didn't and doesn't see the importance of it. I haven't seen her in the interviews. I haven't seen someone I felt was very strong with human empathy. She seems mostly concerned about herself.
And that, Peter, was kind of a response, in my opinion, and I don't know, because there's so much, I can't catch everything, and I don't catch everything about Summer. I try to stick with the facts and news and stuff like that, but every once in a while I'll catch something. So she had done a previous statement on a live, and another YouTuber had caught that she didn't mention the boys or Summer. The question was something, and this is hearsay, everybody. I didn't hear it myself. I heard it through another YouTuber. The question was about if you could have any desires, what would they be? And this is recent after Dawn has been locked up. And she basically said to have my house in order was her first desire. And so this YouTuber had called this out saying, wouldn't your first desire be to have Summer found or safe or...
And I have seen that piece, and that is indeed how that went down. She put the house first, and Sarah, it does exist. It is out here.
Your boys, even. So I feel that this somehow got back to, and this is just my opinion, I feel that this somehow got back to Candace, and this was an amend. Just like Don does, he does a lot of amending. The next interview will always be addressing and bettering his last statement. This is what this kind of felt like to me, and so I wanted to, since we were going to have you on, have you look at it, because it says that if, what was the statement again, Tiff? That if the trade, that sentence with the trade in it, was like, if I could have Summer back.
It says, hold on, it says, if she'd come back safe and alive and sound, I would trade my body, my heart, my soul for her to come back. And then she says B, and then I don't know what she meant by that. She just said B, I don't know where she is, and I miss her very much. I miss my boys very much, and I really don't know what else to say tonight.
Come back. Can Summer come back in her world, in her language? Is it Summer's responsibility? Is it Summer's fault? That sort of thing. And this is what human nature does, is especially those that are indulged into that, being allowed to, by some parental authority, to blame others and to not take personal responsibility, things they don't show it when they're older. I think that the person that wrote back criticizing that, saying, what should it be, Summer first, the boy second, she knows where the boys are. And she doesn't know where Summer is, and I think that may be true. Summer should be first. And then getting the boys back would be second. And if Don caused any of this through any of his behavior, even peripherally, then not him. If his behavior got my boys taken away, then not him. So getting the house back in order, and I agree, I think they probably do amend when they read the criticism. You know, she talks about things don't bother her, she doesn't pay attention. She really does. Quite the opposite.
Yeah, so that did stand out. Okay, we'll get some more of your questions, guys.
Okay, let's see.
Someone wrote, come back to life, and even that she could have said, if she believed that someone was deceased, I want my daughter back, I want her alive. I think that's a fair criticism.
And that was early on, too, in Dawn's statements was, I will see my daughter in the resurrection. And I felt that was kind of like, what? Like, basically, I'm obviously paraphrasing because language is so important. I just want to make sure, but it was like, it doesn't matter. Summer's in good hands. That's the gist of what I got from what he was saying. And I'll be reunited with her in the resurrection, So it was kind of like, that's the justifying, it just felt like another justifying, qualifying statement.
Yeah, it is to accept that she's dead and she's not going to be seen until the end.
Oh, go ahead.
When we lose someone, it takes time. Even an elderly loved one who is in hospice care, it's not surprising when they die. It's still often shocking. The finality of it. It shocks the senses. I've been waiting this for months and I'm watching it deteriorate. It still comes as a shock, although no surprise. Hope that makes sense.
That's a great way of putting it.
Well, I gotta tell you, neither of those things seem to be shocking or devastating for her. Not when Dawn threw the first pebble in the pond for her, having been kidnapped, etc., abducted, whatever you want to call it. Not later that evening when it's like, meh, she's dead. There was more emotion, and probably the most emotion I've seen out of either. Whatever the hell was happening in that conversation, I heard every word of it, clear as fucking day, as she was coming down that fucking driveway. Conversation I wish I could claw out of my goddamn brain. Whatever that was, different than everything else. Every day, every moment. There was no shock in either thought to them, not the pebble, not later in the evening. Yeah, she's dead. Nah, she's kidnapped. Never. Hey, I'll pack it up and go home. The certainty that Candace is not responsible. Fuck is all that? The fuck is all that?
So I'm typing comment. Okay, so Goran Dallin says, there was one time in the first joint interview where Don starts out in present tense, then corrects himself to past tense. Thoughts?
I think he was aware of what he was doing. He was once criticized by it for using her in past tense and then went to correct himself into present tense. Later on, he went back to the past. So I think it indicates it's not that he is manipulative. It's not always a tool of manipulation because self-correction.
Like I've said, they were using past tense. At least Dawn was. First night in a few hours. Y'all just didn't start hearing it for a few days. Anyway, carrying on.
And can be a sign that someone's telling the truth. We misspoke, we corrected, that sort of thing. Given the context and given what we know about him from other statements, I think it more shows manipulation.
Lauren Dallin has a bunch of good questions. So do you think this case is too muddled to ever result in a successful prosecution?
Nope.
I do not. I think that when someone speaks on television, there's a reason why defense attorneys say don't speak. And some of the things that puzzle us now, when this case is solved, myself included, we'll be able to look back at certain things they said in the language, and it'll make sense to us.
Yep. Very much so.
Right now, we're still mystified, and I don't know what happened to Summer. I believe what happened to Summer is related to drugs. Somewhere along the line.
Great point. Yeah.
No drugs. She's still alive.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay. What about, oh, another Glorn. Oh my God. So what do you make of Candace's meltdown at the mention of the cornbread mafia?
Oh, I think that was the area of drugs. And it's difficult for me, for you, for the audience to accept how jaded, how cold, how indifferent people become under drugs. How desensitized, how they lose their soul in that sense. And they do really terrible things.
The point, kind of, I find, the drug is to numb yourself out. You know, like for instance, for me, why I ended up becoming a drug addict was I'm
just gonna skip past this testimony here.
Was always, it might be fear.
Increase in overdoses. In spite, they go home, they have a beer, they have another one, and it's never the same lives. They do things that I don't think they would have done without the drugs, without the numbing of the soul.
Yeah.
They lived in a different culture than even as the interview room camera across the place, people look at, why don't you clean that up? Why don't you, relationship. I need to provide for my kids what I didn't have. And then like a hopelessness that just says, oh, it's all going to go to hell anyway, so take care of it. Whereas like you see a teenager who works really hard, saves all this money, buys a junky car.
No diagnosis, there wasn't, and I don't know what the fuck Grandis was seeing, but that historical shit's just that. There's no shock. There's no true grief. There's no anything. Like I said, not about any of the possibilities or nothing. No real emotion. I often and daily wonder if it's not because some people know that maybe neither thing is true. But they definitely maybe wanted people to pack it up and carry on and believe one or the other, and I don't know. And I don't know. I just don't. I have my thoughts.
He paid for himself. And he's out there scrubbing the car and keeping it clean and taking really good care of it because he paid for it himself. When you see someone who games the system, who lives off others, there's no emotional satisfaction of providing for your own kids. Do that year after year and watch what it turns into. Destroys. We're not that way.
This is like so insightful on even just like a personal level. It's just so bizarre, Peter. I didn't even think I'd be accessing these parts of my brain this morning. Thank you for that. Lynn, Candace.
Oh, you waiting for me to read it? Sorry. Linda asks, do you think Candace was jealous of all the attention Summer got? Would Candace resent Summer for how much Dawn loves Summer?
I do, and yes to the questions. That is, for us, a very childish, clinically immature view, but I think that was her world. And by asking that question, that person is saying that she likely saw that, whether it be in the language or the body language. I agree. I've said that also from the beginning. I was concerned about the hair, their explanation of the hair changed, this and that. I wondered, and this again, I don't know, did Candace do that to her hair out of jealousy and wanting attention from Dawn herself? Did Candace do that to the hair? And some others do this to try to make the child look unappealing to a molester.
I don't know. Sometimes you wonder if Candace shaved Summers for who knows what reason, and then her hair was shaved as punishment for that. Who knows what the fucking reason is? Everybody assumes lies. You also hear even Dawn take that in the first interview from Candace's explanation. Stop hers. Coldness tracks. Flip it right in front of the world. Carry on with his version, though it makes no sense. Allie throws everything in the kitchen sink at why. Right? Lies, oh, the boys were this, oh, that, whatever, blah, 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 right? But the boys' heads weren't shaved that year like they usually were during the summer. Not that time. Anyway, carrying on.
So I don't know, but the person that answered that question, the commentator here, that's an astute question. That's one that needs answers. Answers plural and exploration. So really good question.
Great question, Linda. And you have said that before, Peter. And you had thought that and it was very early on, and it was great insight into a way that we don't normally see mothers behaving with their children, where like they would have to take that kind of precaution because maybe can't, my opinion only, everybody, maybe she had been through it. So she knew the things that would deter it.
She can even say to herself, I have to teach her to survive. She's got to learn. A toddler walks over to a toaster, and we jump out of our chair and rush over. Then
again, you got to factor in the fact that Don and his angels been saying since Utah that something was going to happen this summer, and then you have him even days and a couple weeks leading up to summer vanishing, telling Dudley and others that if something ever happened, it would be under Candace's watch this summer. But then in the roadway that night, he's like, oh, no. Candace didn't have anything to do with summer vanishing. Maybe Candace heard at home Dawn saying somewhere, something's gonna happen to her. It's gonna be under your watch. It's gonna be whatever. Mr. 7 alibis and you have none and you're going the fuck down. I don't know, man.
Parents who, especially those in the haze of substance abuse, that allow the child to go, he's got to learn. I learned it that way. He's got to learn. Are very different culturally from the rest of us. They look in the mirror, and what they see and what we see are two different things sometimes.
Mom to 4 asks, how much is a person's past behavior factored into a statement? There's a camp of people who get very angry when Don's past is brought up.
Don's past.
A camp of people? You mean a well-organized online group, or over here trying to cleanse and pat ass up and destroy shit and do all kinds of shit for reasons. And they're carnival barkers and chats and bad pebbles and bad 40 owls and raincoats and setup queens and nonsense. I'm not sure.
Is who he is. And if someone is genuinely interested in solving this, it has to be explored. The older I get, the more I recognize from childhood things that came
Angry when Don's past. Mom to 4 asks, how much is a person's past behavior factored into a statement? There's a camp of people who get very angry when Don's past is brought up.
His past, meaning his sisters, mostly, right? There's a camp, well-organized camp over here that seemingly do all kinds of weird shit when that happens. And they lose their shit. Now, this was March in 2022. Somebody had already noticed this pattern. All of a sudden, this place, this camp, lights up and distracts Ryan and swears that past behavior is not a predictor of, and etc., and comes out to cleanse our ass.
No. Don's past is who he is. And if someone is genuinely interested in solving this,
to 4 asks, how much
are two different things sometimes.
Mom to 4 asks, how much is a person's past behavior factored into a statement? There's a camp of people who get very angry when Don's past is brought up.
Don's past is who he is. And if someone is genuinely interested in solving this, it has to be explored. The older I get, the more I recognize from childhood things that came back to me, things that I end up going back to that I left when I was a young adult. That's human nature, that's life. So when someone gets angry that Don's past is being explored, it's a faux morality. It's misplaced. It's not, they probably don't want something in their own past be brought up. None of us do. I like to ask people about being given a do-over in life, and there will be some people that will say, I wouldn't change a thing, for I am who I am, and which is the most ridiculous thing to say, because could you think about a time when you said something that was uncharitable to someone and it really hurt them that you wish you could take it back? Do you wish you had been a better student? Do you wish you had been a better son or a daughter? And the flip side of that is you don't want to become awash in despair, but neither do you want to be egotistical. Push all that aside. We have a crime that's taken place. We have a little girl that's missing. If this past opens a door for us to walk through and say, there's our answer, we need to go through it. We need to knock and maybe push it in if we have to, but it's there. So that type of, I call it a full morality, where I appear like I'm non-judgmental. I'm judging others who don't agree with me. I'm terribly judgmental.
It's a great point.
Heather says I'm always wrong, but that's what's so right about me. Just the irony, the humor of that.
I love that. Should get merch made like that, Peter. Your next merch line.
That's a good one. So Robin Lane says, I'd like to know if Peter has any thoughts about Robin Lane, if he's seen her or speak at all. If he's seen her speak at all. Are you aware of Robin? Okay.
She's the really pretty woman who is in church. Have you seen videos with her yet, Peter? She's like no. Summer seemed to gravitate towards her. She seemed like a nurturer and like feminine. Sometimes little girls also just like feminine women. But yeah.
Was she in the church?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. I only saw a little bit of it, and she seemed to be as described, as someone that was nurturing, and maybe someone that Summer would have confided in over time.
Over time, when she got older.
Yeah, but I think you're right. The videos were short and there wasn't a lot there, but I had wondered whether Summer found a safe place to go, a harbor, all the chaos that was in the home.
Yeah.
And I'd seen how the Seventh-day Adventists and the Baptist churches both opened up their hearts, both sought to support law enforcement searchers. People were, I think, responded very well. And I say the same thing with Chris Madonna. They turned on people. They used them and turned on people in a lot of ways. I thought the interview with the neighbor boy was fascinating.
And he is a little wrong. And before anybody can say, but he's talking about Allie and Hunter. Not on mine. Anyway.
I think there was more to it than that. His mother was there. There was just a lot of dynamics going on. But it's not surprising that people like Don and Candace would burn bridges, including accusations. There's one point where I forget what he accused Chris of, and Chris said, but I didn't say that, and I don't say that, I don't believe that. But for Don, he's a victim, he'll make the language fit.
And then Chris calmed him down in that, right? So Chris was just calm in that, and Don was yelling, and Chris was like, I didn't say that. And he goes, well, blah, blah. And then calmed down by the end of that, okay, brother. And they ended with this whole, okay, brother.
I generally don't like anyone to call me brother unless they're my brother, because it usually means something's coming.
Do you think Hunter or Allie are aware of any of that or anything? Do you think they held back any information? I do. And I think it has to do with substance abuse and that culture. And when you're dealing with, this is one of the closed door deals, you're dealing with attempted guilt, which is really difficult to discern from guilty knowledge, where they may be protecting themselves, drug users, underage alcohol, child pornography, all the typical suspects there in those type of cultures. So they keep their mouth shut on certain things, but they love the attention. And this is the sad part. It allows someone not only to get attention, to give a little bit of relief to themselves by putting someone else down. And I thought I saw that and heard that in the interview with the boy and his mom, taking some shots at the neighbors.
That they were putting, that the boy and Allie, the mother, were putting somebody else down, or is that what you mean?
Yeah, they could throw shade at Don and Candace to feel better about themselves. So not only are they getting attention, but they can feel better about themselves.
Do you
I think that the sexualization of the culture in that house, the culture of the house, was dynamic. From the sexual abuse of the little girl, who knows what those boys have seen. PCS does know, maybe that's why they're out of there. To Candace herself, And unfortunately, with Don, he could be physically impotent, age, health, everything else, and still make attempts to molest, still relive that past. I was reading about those who are caught up in a child pornography dragnet by law enforcement, and the youngest was 19 of the males. The oldest was 78.
It's normalized. We might not understand that, but it's so normalized to them. And sometimes it's normalized. They normalized it. So it's not odd. And like you said, it's their culture. It's kind of almost becomes like a ritual, in the way that it is, in my opinion. But do you think that Allie, the mother of the boy,
what about her?
Do you feel that because she had to know what was going on in that household, and that because her son would post, like sometimes Candace would post, and it seemed kind of the boy was a little bit too young to be hanging out with someone like Candace. And do you think that there's anything with the way that Allie answered that might be red flags?
I do. I just can't tell whether it is self-preservation, guilt, or more. I just can't tell the difference at this point.
What about Hunter?
I don't think they had anything to do with it.
Okay, you don't think Hunter, and nothing happened when Hunter was with them?
No, I'm concerned that he may have been involved with Candace. What about that? Specifically, Hunter's mother, I think she not only enjoyed the attention, but I think she enjoyed throwing the shade on the others. Takes things off herself.
Oh, great. Muted.
Well, you should go through the starred ones and see, because I know he's answered a lot of them, and I don't want to just have him repeat stuff.
Okay.
So I'll ask you this one, and then Bella, maybe you could go through the other ones and then see. But so do you think we will get to see or hear evidence in this case, like 911 calls, phone info, video footage from stores, hospital interviews? They haven't released anything yet.
Eventually we will. Don was pretty confident in his alibi, and that may have helped him pass through a polygraph and being away. But I think that her initial reluctance with 911 and having to call him, that sort of thing, the back and forth that went on there is going to be significant.
Here's Marigold. Tiff, take it away.
Marigold asks, do you think Don or Candace will confess or rat on each other?
I would take the latter. One would rat on the other. I think that the best hope would be Candace.
Okay.
There's going to be a lot of blaming of each other, not for causing the death, but for inviting in the trouble.
Okay. Do you think Don? Oh, yeah, you think they were both, in your theory, they were both aware of what they were doing with Summer then, right? It wasn't just one or the other?
Candace would have to see that her daughter is sleeping in the same bed as a man who has molested, and allow that. And not, because one of the things that Child Protective Services tries to do is to avoid court and say, Candace, will you agree to keep Don out of the household because of this went on, that went on, and that's, they couldn't do that. They couldn't bring an agreement with her. They would not have to have confidence, or they would have lacked the confidence in her that she's going to protect if that was indeed the case. Because the boys would be willing to say, yeah, Summer always slept with Dad, that sort of thing. To them, it would be normalized as well.
Okay, so another Glorindellen question. Which is most likely to have happened given their language? Familial trafficking, a family member
I mean, the thing is, though, it's like Candace Ring. She hadn't even ever really met the family in Utah, etc., blah, blah, supposedly. Maybe she had no idea about those fucking allegations from the sisters and such prior to Summer vanishing. But she took up the defense reins after she did fully know, but and since no charges were ever really filed on, I don't know, the DCS would have had to wait to know any of that, as they were coming and going through the years. And to factor that in, but what you do have is Candace knowing fully about the showers, other things, and like her stating outright, like it was normal, right? That Dawn on a dirty pile of laundry, on a couch while she was passed out downstairs, etc. And Dawn continued to get another female entirely tweaked the hell out after they kind of separated that person from their partner and kicked that partner off the hill. That he ended up banging her on the laundry, on the couch, right beside of all the children asleep on that same couch and laundry. And her main concern was not, holy shit, he did this right beside of children. It was, fuck that bitch and fuck him for doing that. Wait, what? And then bitch placed off the hill, etc. too. Then all kinds of things to get in advance, in case anything is said, done in the community. I mean, same shit shows always, right? To discredit others, their shit. I don't know, man. Little weird. Right?
Caused Summer's death, or she wandered off?
I don't think she wandered off. With that sort of thing. To them, it would be normalized as well.
Yeah. Okay, so another Glorindellen question. Which is most likely to have happened given their language? Familial trafficking, a family member caused Summer's death, or she wandered off?
I don't think she wandered off. I think she would have been located, and I think Dawn was actually truthful.
Same. I don't think she wandered off either.
Thought about that in terms of even Summer's fear of wildlife. I'm just guessing at this point. In this.
Yeah, her fear of wildlife, thanks to YouTube and Dawn and everybody teaching her to be terrified of it. Instead of teaching her how to survive amongst it, etc. Anyway, yeah. Weird. Anyway.
Circle of their culture that is saturated in substance abuse, not thinking like we do. I think that you call them the mafia or whatever nickname you want to have, that someone involved in drugs grabbed her. And it could be for trafficking, could be for revenge, could be for lack of payment, could be for a lot of reasons. But my belief is no drugs, Summer's alive, one way or another. I also worry a little bit about the possibility of accidental overdose. But I think there would have been probably more forensic evidence to grab there. But something is related to drugs.
Ashley Leith has a question.
Okay, so Candace stated law enforcement is keeping her out of the loop with the newest search. What could the reasons be? Just so she won't talk, or to see how she acts over it?
The latter. They're wisely keeping her out. They probably very much know that she's withholding information. Even passing specific questions doesn't mean someone's not withholding information. And to withhold is an act of the will. It's not like, oh, I forgot. Alcoholic blackouts, we don't seem to be able to recover them. She's withholding information.
Okay. And Gailey says, Peter, what's your thoughts in regards to Candace never speaking wonderful thoughts or memories of Summer? Her statements are all generic and devoid of compassion and detail.
I agree with the observation, and I think it's due to self-preservation. It's also insight into her personality, probably her background as well, that she is not speaking as an average mother or loved one even would. That she is dissociated, she is numb, she is desensitized, and I think that observation and the question is likely insight into what Summer's world was like, and why Summer may have wanted to cling to the nice young woman.
And Lisa Lee says, what does he think about Don saying he always knew something would happen to Summer and Candace's care?
I think that's where maybe the opening would be to allow them to blame each other once they're safely apart with some degree of strength. You know, coming out a couple months is not strong. But I think that's the opening. Good question.
Which leads us to Raquel BG's question.
Oh, yeah. What do you think about Don saying, I've got 7 alibis, Candace has none. She's going down.
Yeah, there we go. The one thing you can count on him, and that may be insight into strategy, is the allowance of blaming others. And if you can stir any trouble between the two, we may get more information. To me, that when I hear like that, I look at, does this affirm my opinion? Does it negate my opinion, or does it not address it? Unless we do the same thing with analysis. And that sounds like an addict who knows that it was the circulation of drugs around them that caused this. Whether anything from Candace being passed out, or the actual entrance into the property of a drug dealer, or a drugged out person, that sort of thing. Things went bad there with drugs.
Peter, do you have an opinion on this? Polythene Pam.
Why are many spectators, in this case, backing the parents? Why do people disregard people with criminal past of such magnitude?
I think a lot of the people that do that are indeed good people who cannot help but project their own protective nature over their children. And it takes a bit of sobering to get past that. For example, and I've done this in an interview process where I'm interviewing a female victim of domestic violence who has allowed the perpetrator to come back in the home, posing a jeopardy to the child. And at one point, handing her the affidavit of what the guy has done in his past, and having to deal with the denial and everything else. If you're not a violent person, or if you're a person that controls your own temper, it can be difficult for you to accept that others don't. So I think a lot of the people that just, and I'm not talking about those that were trying to get, or who got angry trying to stop the exploration of Don's past. I mean, people who genuinely think, you know, no way the Ramseys harmed their child. No way the McCanns did anything. They're victims. No way these people did anything. they're usually people with empathy and who are projecting the things that they wouldn't do. It's very difficult to accept. Like someone would ask, why would anyone want to access child pornography? That's not, there's nothing arousing about that. That's confusing. It's a different world. It's a different world. And so I think I give those people the benefit of the doubt with that.
Tiff.
Thanks, Bella. Thanks, Georgina, for the super chat.
Child pornography. Yes, I mean people who it can be difficult for you to accept that others don't. So at one point, handing her the affidavit posed an interview process where
The criminal past of such magnitude.
I think a lot of the people that do that are indeed good people who cannot help but project their own protective nature of children. And it takes a bit of sobering to get past that. For example, I've done this in an interview process where I'm interviewing a female victim of domestic violence who has allowed the perpetrator to come back in the home, posing a jeopardy to the child. And at one point, handing her the affidavit of what the guy has done in his past and having to deal with the denial and everything else. If you're not a violent person, or if you're a person that controls your own temper, it can be difficult for you to accept that others don't. So I think a lot of the people that just, and I'm not talking about those that were trying to get, or who got angry trying to stop the exploration of Don's past. I mean people who genuinely think, you know, no way the Ramseys harmed their child. No way the McCanns did anything. They're victims. No way these people did anything. They're usually people with empathy and who are projecting the things that they wouldn't do. It's very difficult to accept. Like someone would ask, why would anyone want to access child pornography? That's not, there's nothing arousing about that. That's prepubescent. It's a different world. It's a different world. And so I think I give those people the benefit of the doubt with that.
Tiff.
Thanks, Bella. Thanks, Georgina, for the super chat. What do you think, Peter, of the deflection of questioning about Allie's daughter, Star? I'm not sure. When was that?
I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, I'm not familiar either. Georgina, was that during Chris's interview? Huh. Okay.
I'm not sure about it.
Says, yeah, I don't remember them asking. Who were they even asking about Star Alley, you mean? Okay, let's see.
Kibby had a great question. And when she says someone, Kibby means Summer right there.
Okay. When Dan says that Summer was the best thing that ever happened to him and that he knew she was gone, do you think that negativity is due in part to his completely negative childhood? Oh, this supposed to be Don, sorry.
Yeah. And I do. I think that's an influence. And that's a good question. That is what the behavioral panel was looking at. Those are one of the factors they put into their analysis.
Yeah, and they did a great, that's why it's so important not to just cookie cutter things across the board and to take factors like culture into account in someone's background. Great question, KB. Georgina, did we ever find out what it was about? Because I think we just missed
Yeah, I don't see it yet. Yes, she said yes, but I'm not sure.
Yes to your question.
Okay, but he's not familiar with it. Even I guess we can't really answer it anyway because he's not familiar. But thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Georgina.
Georgina, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I don't know. Is there any more questions?
Well, I know that I like answering questions, but they've gotten a lot of I don't knows from me.
No, I think actually, Peter, I think you've answered so many amazing things. I mean, can't even get better than this.
The guesswork, and it is guesswork, a lot of it is based on human nature and the progression of the lives that we know about them. And of course, the information from the interview room.
So that was, in your opinion, Chris McDonough's interview. And if anyone came in late, the interviews that he did were pivotal, and he was very close to getting some kind of confession or some answers from the Wells.
Yeah, he went on instinct. That was not a legally sound interview, which allows defense attorneys to jump at certain things. You feed someone a response. That's called a therapeutic interview, where he built a bond with her. And that's why I think, not knowing him, that's why I think he probably has a history of gaining confessions. And I think he was close with her to something. But she doesn't want to go to jail. And even if the jail is just for drugs, here's another possibility. I can close with this, is that prosecutors get enough information, or convene a grand jury, get enough information, they can always offer her immunity from substance abuse, for example. Now, if there was any involvement with or suspicion of child pornography, or even prostituting her out, it's not likely that they're would offer immunity with that. But they can offer immunity on a lot of peripherals that may be inspiring her to withhold information. Every person you bought drugs from, for example, needs to be checked, needs to be looked at, needs to be interviewed to find out what went wrong there. She didn't just disappear.
Do you think law enforcement have talked to all of those people?
I don't know about all, because it's very transitory. And I'm way up here in the Northeast in Maine, and drugs flow from San Pedro or other places, or through the Phoenix area, and they make their way up here, and then they're gone. The dealers are gone. The damage is left behind, but the dealers are gone. The dealers are gone, and that's the nature. Even in rural areas, I'm talking about here, similar to what may have been down there. From there to Florida to New Mexico, Arizona to Mexico, from China to fentanyl.
And Dawn in the beginning had said she's already in Mexico. Because in the beginning he was leaning really heavily on, after the gone thing, and people called him out on, how could you say gone? Like, she's gone, like, you accepted that way too early. And he goes, well, what I meant by that was that she has been trafficked and already across their, the border.
His mind went there. And I think that's an understanding of drugs, where they come from. Today we don't have borders down there, and we have dead kids in every state of the union, overdosing on fentanyl produced in China, coming through Mexico. And it's been that way for a while now, and I think that Don connected it. For me, looking at his statement today, he connected some dots.
Oh, he did, that statement. I love how you saw in that drugs, and I mean, things that after you say it just seem so obvious, right? But it's like, it's second nature to you, but it takes somebody like you to shine a light on that and just illuminate it for us. I love it. I love learning with you. It's amazing having you here.
It just takes practice listening, and I love to interview. I love interviewing people. Sometimes it's surprising how boring it may appear to others. If I do a joint interview, I like to be the listener. Think about that. But I am basically a one-trick pony. I'm not a crack investigator. I don't have a forensic mind. I don't do any of the work on the ground. It's simply me with words. And so I think that we're going to eventually have this case solved, and I think that all the work in the background will applaud those that brought justice from the actual investigators to the DA.
You're very modest in the work that you do. I find it very valuable, a very valuable tool. There are lots of tools that, people don't think about using just off the cuff. And I feel that statement analysis is such a valuable tool, and what you bring and what you have taught is incredible. I just in my day-to-day life, I think that it's so useful. It really is.
So thank you.
And you're so humble about it. Yes, the law enforcement officers and boots on the ground should get a lot of credit, but you should as well, because sometimes you're telling them or suggesting to them what questions to lead with and ask, and that's very important.
And I think it's a good help, and I've had good success over the years. It's just that there are certain things, and this is where working with other analysts is so important. There are certain things that I don't see because of my background that someone with a different background does. I have some men and women that have forensic minds, and so they'll say, no, wait a minute, think of it from this angle. And it's nice to see that and to be able to grow from that. It's very exciting.
Yes, that's the best thing about Peter, you guys, is he loves to grow, loves questions being thrown at him. Yeah, and we did kind of, where was that one question up here? Lana Del Toro. Peter kind of did get into that, I would say maybe 30 minutes ago. The question of...
Yeah, if you guys asked a question and we didn't put up, it's probably because he had already answered it in some form. And
yes.
So.
Yes.
I don't know. What do you think? I mean, on the questions or what?
Well,
I feel like we've kept him long enough. It's already over 2 hours. So.
2.5 hours.
And you answered so many questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having me on.
Thank
and
you.
Please go subscribe to Peter if you haven't already, you guys. He does lives now. Very good lives. He needs mods. But
his link is pinned, and it's also in the description of this video. So go check his channel out for sure.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care, everybody.
All right. Yeah. What do you say, right? Yeah, I don't know. There's always a lot of things that remain, can be, eventually will be. A million little things, big things, all the in-between things. Really, you're going to pick a direction, bro, this morning. Anyway, y'all. I think for now I'm gonna hop off here. Not feeling so hot. Definitely spent a few hours here and didn't feel so hot anyway. But this live and the last one definitely belong together. So if you're checking out one, you probably want to go back to the other. Maybe the last three in total. Hell, I don't know. Whatever. Right. If you can't understand them, definitely go grab one of the interpreters. Oh, guys. Alright. Anyway, I'm going to try to walk it off, fix some lunch, hang out, do some things. Um, and I hear tell but really you did that? You did that. And then you looked at me like I did that. That's foul. But it's fine, just lay back down. I'll get that. I'll get that kitty cat. And I guess I'm gonna take care of that. Bless my cats. I do love them. Anyway, walking it off, hanging out, chilling, doing something today, trying to touch as few buttons as possible. And, yeah, right, there's no rest. There's never anything akin to rest. You can sleep all you want, you can try to read, you can watch a movie, you can do whatever. It doesn't work that way. Most I can do for some things is just let it do as it wants as fires continue to burn. And I'll just wait. Just wait. Seek. Hope. Anyway, you guys, I am off of here for right now. Alright. As always, please do share Summer's picture information. Call her by her name. It's a very tangible way to help her. And to help bring her back to her community and her brothers. To hopefully get justice for her. And so that she can speak, her voice and her light can shine. Whether it be through her own lips or through law enforcement and courts. It's also a good way to, I know it sounds weird, but find the person or persons responsible. Even maybe eventually to get them to do the right thing themselves, or someone around them to notice that something just ain't right, and to pick up the phone and turn them in. A key or a whisper to drop or something. Right? Anyway, y'all, also, if you don't mind, please share the DV/Universal Hand Signal for Help. It can and does save lives, not just in domestic violence or kidnappings, abductions, etc., but in all realms. For people who are nonverbal or during other emergency situations like choking or, yeah, all these things. I think it is a very, very extraordinary and tangible thing to be teaching and sharing, learning. It can and does save lives. Alright. And, considering that cursed ass road and how DV and all these things played into all of our lives, man, if our or my children or even those children next Summer and her brothers knew about it, maybe it could have saved a whole hell of a lot of us long before. And there'd been a chance at large paper trails, people on lists, and justice served, with less risk of leaving in body bags if we dared reach it. Time enough to save, instead of just, even if we were in the land of Budweiser and black eyes, and maybe there would have been a chance. On that cursed ass road. But remember, there are many cursed ass places, homes, cul-de-sacs, rural, city, everything in between. And there are many And just something that simple and learning it, knowing it, seeing it, realizing it exists. It can save them in enough time. It can leave the paper trails. It can mean justice. It can mean people on lists. It can mean the difference between life and death. Anyway, you have a good morning and a good night. And good day wherever you are. Remember, it's the little things. Little pebbles, little sparks, anywhere and everywhere you can. Later, guys.